Welcome everyone. Um, what's it called? Sorry for the cancellation last week. People were from out of town, so is
Absolutely.
what it is.
I'm not one to talk.
Yeah. But what's it called? I think I heard like a bazillion bings like at the moment. Cool. So I'll update hero points. Well, that's going. I know it's been a couple weeks. Would anyone like to do the recap? Pretty calm session, which I'm expecting it to be kind of this time as well.
Yeah, if I recall, last time we were getting back from the village of the Flame Druids, and we had already gotten back, got ourselves set up for the next thing. Then Lorelai caught back up with us, and she wanted to continue on what she was setting up. So I feel like there is something in the middle here, but we did eventually then meet up and head over to the Mwangi and got to once again to know our friends over in the Mwangi. Introduced Lorelai to them, and they were able to set her up well. Grit and Moira are hanging out with the Mwangi folk, while Lorelai went on over to visit Volcano Druid, who apparently has a sweltering appearance, not unlike Lorelai's mother. And and as it is, I believe that's roughly where we left off.
I mean, flame druids.
Yeah.
Everybody's hot.
Yep.
Also, I saw that the cult of Moira is now like sponsoring the Coliseum.
Yes.
And then Flynn went to Kovlar.
Yeah.
To do some stuff.
Flynn stuff.
Some Flynn stuff.
All
Yeah.
right. Well, I know I focused mainly on Lorelai last session. Who all went to the into the Mwangi? I know it was Grit.
Moira, I think it was
also-
just the two of us, other than Lorelai.
All right.
It was just the three of us.
Yeah. I say just the two of us because I think there's the last ones left in the Mwangi.
Yeah. We will start with Moira then. Moira and Grit.
Isn't Duran there with Shashik or no?
Nope.
I thought he was.
Nope. He's still at home.
Okay.
So Moira, Grit, how are you occupying? Lorelai went off to meet their flame druid buddy. What are you guys doing to occupy your time in the meantime? Are you still hanging out in Arkvale, or?
I was setting up a hunt with the Huntmaster and going to go collect some game from my Mwangi denizens back at the keep. And honestly, just wanted to help. So I was going to go bond with the hunters, getting some game.
All right.
And I was going to ask around town, see if anyone had any slightest possible idea about anywhere in the jungle where I might be able to use black sand and red silk. And also, just chat, make nice, do public relations with the tribe.
All right, go ahead and make a diplomacy check. It'll kind of cover all of that.
Yeah. Diplomacy.
All right. Well, you're able to move around the village and kind of fill people in. People ask about what all you've been up to. They talk about re-spreading out through the forest, addressing issues that have crept in their absence. But overall, things are pretty peaceful in this part of the jungle, at least as peaceful as jungle life is. There's still giant monsters and whatnot, but your buddy is going with the group to hunt some. Unfortunately, no one has any leads on your random ingredients you're asking about. Their magic is very inward based and doesn't oftentimes require use of like outside components. Even like the village chiefs and Nahida do not have no clue on the items you're using. But it is not Mwangan magic. Or Kuje magic, I should say.
It was a long shot.
All right.
I mean, later on, at some point, I'll remind you, talk to someone naughty if we're in the area, if we can find one. They might know something about a ritual involving silk.
Did we meet any that weren't John?
One other one that I don't know where she went. I think.
Yeah. John's companion when we first met him.
Yep.
They do dwell in the Mwangi, but they are difficult to find. They might have trackers who know where they are, but they are an insular community.
Makes sense.
But they will spread the word that you're looking for spider people more, and they will send as many spider people they can find to your keep to answer questions for you.
And also spiders and people as well.
No.
Still, man.
Why is it spiders, man?
This is how they communicate.
Yeah.
The worst version of Peter Parker.
No, that's the coolest version.
Mhm. Just as long as we're not running into the superior version.
Yeah. All right. Unmei, what are you up to? Ruben is muted.
That makes a hell of a lot more sense. I was like, I'm not muted on my headset. I've been talking.
We were on Discord. Always muted on
Yep.
something.
I accidentally pressed my hotkey to mute myself earlier. But I was trying to say that I'm going to be spending every day that I can from now on teaching
the
everyone
monsters?
to speak common. Yep.
All right, cool. That's what I have in the notes as you're teaching monsters. So figure I'd ask. Double check.
Considering if I don't, they die.
That's
Kind of a
true. That being said, despite the time that's gone by, there hasn't been any kind of pressing notion on some of the demands, but you do know it's something that they could hang over you. It could be an issue.
Yep. It could be like, surprise visit. Do they speak common? Nope, they're dead.
Yeah. All right. Going to thing. I wrote it the wrong way. You do. Flynn, what are you up to?
I'm done in Sagarok. I'm
Yes.
just gonna be spending my days helping the people build the Colosseum
All right.
until well, further done. I don't have any other plans for the downtime.
Perfect. Yeah. It takes you like it'll be like that one day to handle the notes you were delivering and what's it called? They are grateful for you taking them on as one of the major sponsors of the arena, and they are happy to have the representation in the upside world. They know that their craftsmanship will do them good. They will deduct it from the cost that I think you were leaning on them to cover the stone until you had all the funds, as I recall.
Yeah, I think. I mean, unless I think we're still waiting on a couple people
Yeah,
They
to get
could've
the
just
money
sent
to you.
out the notes. But yeah,
But yeah, then I'm anything you do have to
they
pay
should
them
have
directly.
like half of it at least.
Perfect.
Though. So
Yeah, I mean I know you're
I
managing
think
the
we're
funds.
only missing like 4,000 or something.
All right.
So just the Golden Road and the Cantargo Heroes, unless they paid theirs when they were here.
The acting leader of the Stonemasons Guild, they will leave it on him to deliver the funds to the treasury. The treasury is obviously knows you guys are more than good for it.
Yeah.
They're not particularly worried about it.
We have a lot of assets.
Yeah.
We ran town. Took our keep with us.
They go to the portal one day, it's just gone. The kid, the Citadel
But I mean,
is
the
on
portal
the block.
itself is worth 20 times that. We'd have to pick up and move the entire portal.
Yep, it's all gone. You ever see
Portal,
the
cinder
Willy
block.
Wonka remake
Yep.
when he tells Charlie or he tells Willy Wonka that if he goes to buy candy, he won't be there when he gets back. And then Willy
Yep.
comes back, his entire apartment is gone.
All right. Let's see. I regret. Jiran, what are you up to?
Jiran will be looking to get to no, I was going to say Kovar. Why do we always do that?
Forget Fennis.
And then my brain went
Not there.
Kazakhstan, which I
I'm not Kovlar, I'm at Segarok.
Sagarok is what I'm going
Kovar's
for.
part of Sagarok.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking
Kentargo is the other
Segarok.
place.
Oh,
Yeah,
there
I
we
know.
go. That's why I had it right. Yeah.
The K's.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I know the K's throw me off.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Jiran would be seeking to get to Kovlar, realizing he probably should have left with Flynn.
All right.
Nope, can't come here. I'm already here.
Oh damn it.
You guys, with your guys' new system of setting up the keys inside the wave portal, you don't need to particularly wait for anyone. And while most people all head over to your guys' keep pretty much at dawn, because the dwarves, even the Sky Citadel dwarves, start work pretty much right as the sun rises.
Out of habit, if anything.
You guys would see this Flynn more than any. And you guys have worked with Rorisk, but while Rorisk is a dwarf leading humans, the Kovlar dwarves are all dwarves, and they have a ridiculous work ethic. They are on it pretty much at dawn. They work nonstop. They stop for some lunch beers. Aside that, they don't take breaks. They are egregious in their measurements. They are hyper perfectionists. You would see as they're building things, Flynn, they never test things when it's done, but you can see the hyper precision in their calculations and setup before they do things that leaves them with expected confidence that anything they build is borderline infallible. Reasonably infallible, I should say. Never do they cut a brick that is not perfectly cut. The rulers that they use as dwarves, looked at from a distance, just looks like a long bar that's painted black on one side. Working with them closely, you could see it is like millimeter measurements along one side of the measuring stick, making everything
Inches on the other.
No, there is no other. It is just millimeters. Why would you ever use something so horrifically inaccurate as inches? Everything is autistically precise. What's it called? All the building materials are done with utmost precision. You do notice they handle both of their tools and the materials they work with a reverence. You've probably seen people treat their pets worse than these dwarves treat their stonework. Like, everything is sacred to them. No blade even begins to dull. Often you see the various ones when they're cutting stone spend time sharpening after each cut. Well, in your presence, they would oftentimes, you notice, take efforts to speak in common. But when they're just murmuring to themselves or talking to each other, they solely speak Dwarven. There are some words involving construction and precision that they say doesn't perfectly translate to common, but is almost words
just-
like, hyper precision.
Phrases
there's
that translate to a single word.
Yeah, exactly, precisely. My brain invertedly. So, there is a adherent racism towards everyone else's ability to craft that you catch numerously through most of the people crafting. It's not ill-intended as much as it's matter of fact. Dwarven stuff is just better. You're not a dwarf, you have a racial inadequacy at building. It's not your fault. There's nothing wrong with you. You're just not a dwarf.
I mean, Grit's not going to argue, at least in his case.
And you notice there are times when you're helping. They are all at. You notice everyone in the that you work with hold you as a legend among their society. You're part of the adventuring group that saved Sagarok. When it comes to working, though, they almost talk to you like a child at times, and it can be straight up rude and inadvertently condescending. Never at matters of physical strength. You're stronger than damn near everyone there. Actually, what is your actual raw physical strength? Yeah, you have 20 strength. You're stronger than pretty much everyone
21.
there. 21 strength. But like in matters of like engineering and putting things in the right spot and how things go in order, you could tell they make efforts to not be insulting. But you're not a dwarf.
And I don't have to use ladders.
Yeah. And yeah, they
I
can
go,
watch you
want it
jump
up there?
around.
Jump.
There's times where like they'll even speak to you in praise, like, oh, what's it called? These 4 bricks need to be moved. Can I get 4 people to move it, or like just Flynn? Because everyone reveres your group and they're happy to be working there. But there is some
30 feet straight up.
yeah.
That's nonsense. Yeah.
Any place you work in as you're working day to day in the Coliseum goes faster. And you even notice that there are times where there are groups throughout it that will begin leaving some of like the busier, heavy lifting mobility stuff kind of like to the side as they handle like the more engineering part till you come to that area because you can do it 4 times as fast as their people can. And this is a trend you'll see growing through the construction process. And while it's kind of exploitative of you, it accelerates the building process.
They're using the resources to their advantage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's thinking like a dwarf. Not everyone is master crafters. You do have a lot of like layman, laborer, dwarves, and whatnot. but they're all people who are passionate about it, and the ones who are obviously less skilled are usually spending time trying to master what the artisans amongst them are working. That being said, while these are all NPCs, not combatants, there are extremely skilled crafters amongst them. You'd find that a handful of them are legendary stonemasons. While
They walk up
several
to the stone block and they just tap it and it breaks into a perfect cube.
they can walk up and just get a line of stone and just single cut through it without measuring, and like everything is perfect.
One of them walks up to a rock, gives it the Fonzie elbow, it crumbles into perfect shape. Hey!
Yeah, you know when you're like carving something and then you have to blow away the dust. They just walk up and blow away, and then everything that they don't want is gone.
One such masterwork stonecutter, instead of using a saw, has an adamantine sharpened wire that he uses on a large harness that he can cut multi-directional with through the stone. He is someone else who rivals you in actual physical strength. Someone who's like in the early to mid-teens as like an NPC or a artisan class. There are well over a dozen that are masters in stonecraft, and then innumerable that are like expert at the very least. You do notice that despite even like there be people who are laborers, no one here is anything less than an expert in stonecraft. And you are explained until you reach what they call initiate level skill, you aren't allowed to actually build things in guild rule. So you would know they're basically hitting at least level like 3 or 4, so 4 of it, an NPC class to get to expert, which the dwarves will then consider them initiates. Anything less than that, you are an observer. They don't even address them with a title if you're not at least that skilled. And they all took the feat specialized crafter masonry. Several of them, have other works, as the people who work with some of the metal and the reinforcing are there. There are people who talk to you that they actually also specify working with lumber when they can get shipments in from the top side. These are people who just dedicate their lives to crafting. So that will be going to do, and that rounds the group. So Lorelei, you're able to wrap up your conversation with Mirror. Sorry about that. And
we'd got like the all the exposition and stuff out of the way off stream.
And he lets you know he will be traveling to the Grove of Wild Blossoms to check with the former Archdruid and the 2 captives there before heading to the Grove proper. He hears with the comments you've made, he's expressed, his thoughts, his interests, his focus. One thing he does say is he feels whoever is taking the mantle of Archdruid should be with the Grove at all times. And he wishes to assess the threats you've brought up. And basically see how much they will affect the grove itself in Druma and whatnot. The world is littered with issues, and they are fortunate to have great adventuring groups like the group you've traveled with handling it. But he wishes to mostly focus on the security of the grove, and it says basically how much it affects them and how much they should get involved with these things. He also says, to his knowledge, it seems like it's something that's more or less beyond that the grove as he knows it. He's been gone for a while, but most of them are not combatants that can handle these huge threats, and if they got caught up in things with giant intercontinental slave rings or Hell Knight organizations, the grove would probably just be wiped off the map, which he will do everything in his power to prevent. And he will, if he ends up stepping into the mantle, if it's appropriate, he will be there, but he doesn't wish to drag the grove into fighting, and while he's capable of combat, he considers combat one of the lowest forms of practice. At worst, he'd hope if the Hell Knights end up in contact with them, that he can find a way to intellectually treaty with them to prevent conflict. And one thing he plans to do, if he takes authority, will be to contact the leaders of Druma and see what their policies on all this is, and see if they'll step in if it is a serious threat. If it's an issue that even your guys' grove needs to worry about, it is something their nation should worry about. And the Hell Knights are large, international orders, while largely beholden to Cheliax. Maybe the Druma high ups can ensure that there is not a problem for your grove. He thinks
especially
getting
with
involved.
oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, just especially with like the trade route that goes right through though
Yeah.
between
Well,
Cheliax. Yeah.
For the most part, while your grove has some direct dealings with Druma the city, they don't do a lot of international trading. Your grove is the major trade hub. They're proudly self-sufficient, as all druids should be. Nature provides you guys everything you could ever need. Anything beyond that is a luxury or a novelty at best. And they don't. Your grove doesn't labor to generate excess coin or feed or supply other areas more than necessary beyond what you guys do with the nation of Druma you're in, because you're within their borders and you're still beholden to the lands of man, because humans have decided they rule every inch of the land and you have to give them something if you exist.
Yeah. And she'll agree of like she's not asking for her grove to fight. That's not what she's thinking for. It's quite the opposite. She wants to shield them from everything. It's more she doesn't want them to ignore what's going on the outside, because it could very much affect them. Like, things need to be set in place just in case. And it might be a thing of needing kind of all hands on deck as far as different pillars in the community that they can turn to for guidance and peace of mind and plans. And so she believes that Mir and what's his name? Asvisis.
Asvicius?
This is yeah. That that three of them have like the knowledge and strength and stuff to look after the grove, um, especially while this threat is still there. Um, she's felt called to be directly involved in stopping the threat from spreading even farther. But
He would comment that you are an adventurer. From everything he knows of you, you are someone who goes out and betters the greater world. It is admirable, and you clearly do great things wherever you are, and anyone who's smart enough to keep the company of a powerful druid of the Grove of Embers is a smart adventuring company. And hope he wishes you on handling it. As far as Avisus, he would definitely back your idea of getting stronger and dealing with it through just being strong enough. But Mir would rather handle the issue with words. He is confident that he could convince anyone that would be an issue to the Grove not to be through diplomacy and enlightenment.
she's
there are
not saying
plenty of-
she's like, oh yeah, this is just come in and turn us like we're all gonna be Spartan warriors or something. Um,
Oh no.
more of using Mir's and hers and Asphysius's knowledge and their expertise in their different fields of focus to all work together to continue to protect the grove and protect the people, and using like the different the knowledge that Mir is seeking for himself with them, and like how he's the kind to, work on something over and over until he gets it right and doesn't give up and is passionate. And then Asvicius being like kind of just like a solid pillar, for that people can depend on, that he's looking for ways to build and better within the grove, and maybe make even better protections, and yet having that mix of the diplomacy with Mir and the strength and protection of Asvicius, and then with Lorelei being able to want to approach things with empathy and understanding, and also trying to avoid fighting when necessary, and protect, whatever outcome will be the best for everybody, and mainly also protecting our people, like, with the kids not wanting to just straight up sacrifice them if we can come to an understanding, which we were able to do, at least for now, with the wild blossoms. But also equally having, she has that, but equally having like the strength and the passion to protect offensively as well as defensively, and like, yeah, them working a little more together to protect overall.
I should go check on the Archdruid and check on the Grove, but while your sentiment is noble, the reality is, unless you're planning on giving up your adventuring life, you will probably be indisposed if anything arises at the Grove. And I'll be honest, I think me and Avissus will mix like lava and water. I remember dealing with him when I was younger, and I doubt he's deviated too greatly. He is likely to push things in a more militant fashion, while I am more desiring education and honestly a push away from militant design. I think before Yurith already spent too much time setting up people as guards and having people train in weapon combat when they could have been perfecting their minds and their social skills. We can decide who takes charge, but I will say whoever it is should remain there. And I think it'll be unlikely to have one of us be able to take more than one of us handle the role. I think without bias, if you find Avissus's methods more to your liking, that he wishes to actually sit in a leadership role, I will likely probably return to my studies. And I can't imagine if you were to decide to put me in charge, he would tolerate it very long, and he'd probably return to wherever he's making his muscles bigger. um, so, but regardless, it's something we should all talk about once we're together in the Grove.
Yes, I agree. And I'm a person that's again in the middle of wanting to find a balance of both. There's, I
It might
think,
be best you give up adventuring and take over yourself. I think I'd be, if you were willing to stay in the Grove and leave pursuing slave groups and Hell Knights behind you, I think the Grove would be in fine hands. And I would be happy to cede to your initial wishes. But if you wish me to, and the others in the town side behind my ideals and my thoughts, I would be happy to take over. If Avissus wants to, I would not stand in the other's way. We should do whatever the greater majority think is best. But the combined efforts of the three of us, I think, would, well, idealist, I see your point. Likely just end up forming divisions and any innumerable problems. But we could talk about that in greater when we are back home.
yes, I don't plan on being an adventurer for life. I wasn't really an adventurer before this. I joined up with this group because there was a personal interest in that. My own friends were victims in this, and that other druids were victims of the triad, and I wanted answers, figure out who these people were, and then discovered they were the triad. And then I became subject to their cruelty as well, and seeing the more I learn of their overarching ambitions, uh, it's devastating. It will be
Indeed.
devastating. So
You were a child of flame. You have things you wish to accomplish, and you have a world to see. I'll be honest, if I don't take the mantle as Archdruid myself, there's 2 more volcanoes across Valerian I wish to study the details on. And that's before I even start traveling underground. But I wish to be a little stronger for that, since there's many underworld denizens that are not as diplomatic as I would prefer. But the issue is, it seems like we need an Archdruid there, like, now. Even this moment is probably turmoil without anyone taking charge. So
I mean, things have been handled for now to run okay temporarily. But yes, I don't.
I
I
know
would like to return home once this particular quest, I guess, is completed. Either,
indeed.
I
No,
I don't make it, or we put a stop to the triad altogether, and
Yeah.
I would finally be free to fully return home.
if you, I'm sure you'll have that opportunity, and I am sure you will prevail. You've come far thus far, and I doubt much will stand in your way. The issue is, I think the mantle needs to be taken immediately. So, as said, I am open to the idea of stepping into the role if I am favored. Um, it will mean giving up my journey. It will mean I no longer venture out to the world, and I begin the reform that I think our group needs. Um, I am willing to sacrifice my dreams to aid the grove if it is needed. If you or Evasive step in, I will continue on my way. But we can discuss that when we're all together. Because I bet while things have been handled, you've been gone at least the time it's taken you to get here. I am sure there is already people squabbling. I remember how things were there. Passions flare up easily. Our whole grove runs hot when you are dedicated to the fashion of the flame. Tempers and desires. It takes very little to agitate. I remember it. It is why I have dedicated myself to the craft of knowledge and diplomacy. But
It's
I
actually
don't
only
doubt
been like a couple of days since I left. We
2
have
whole days. The amount of issues to deal with after 48 hours of no guidance.
Emotions really flare up over there.
Ha! Well, if I return before you do, and they are willing to hear me, I will begin sorting the issues. And it'll be good practice for if I step into the role. Otherwise, I hope you're able to return soon, as I can only imagine the number of disagreements, arguments, and whatnot that have arisen with 2 whole days of that circle not having someone to tell them what is what.
If I burn down another forest.
just go on a grove burning spree.
He would retrieve his otter buddy. You notice the otter he's able to pick up despite his very glowy appearance, much like Syrah. He is not
Sizzle.
harmful to hold. Yeah, a little sizzle buddy. So he picks him up, stores him in his cloak. I will hopefully see you soon. I imagine you have means of travel.
Yes.
All right. I wouldn't wish to just leave a lady stranded on a volcano. I have a boat, but I believe in the nature of expedience. I will rely on our magic. Nature provides, I will accommodate. And I know the route to teleport. Is What's the highest level spells you can cast now?
9th. 8th. Hold on.
No offense, you can't cast Knights, no offense. Okay.
I was like, wait a minute, no.
Okay, yeah, with 8th, if you get to the edge
Yeah,
of the
8th.
great jungle, there is a row of palm trees along one of the human cities on the coast. You can set down there, and you'll have enough reach to hit a great human, ocean of concrete that's sprung up in the middle of the ocean. And then you could jump to the northern continent from there.
All right.
out of character, he doesn't know you have a cool portal thing. So,
Well, it's good to have the extra knowledge.
yeah.
And thank you, and
I will.
I hope we can meet again soon, all together. And
I'm sure that
Smart.
the elders, unless I have the acting archdruid title, I'm gonna have to argue them down because they still put great weight in that title. But I have a keener tongue than I think most of the village, so I will try to get them to listen to me until you can return.
Oh, good luck.
And out of character, as you guys saw with everyone helping, that the tending the grove is a daily thing. There are just a sheer number of petty squabbles that can easily turn violent as people just get angrier than they should. Much like your keep with left unattended. I would say worse than your guys' keep, because your keep has at least a structure of leadership in it at all times. But it is a everyday thing. Left to anarchy, it devolves. All right. So you'll be able to get back, the three of you, I imagine you're going back to Arkvale to meet up with Grit and Moira.
Yes.
All right. He will walk with you. He actually has a boat on the northern side of the water. It's a little we'll say one person to crew skiff that he keeps on the volcanic island. And he would happily ferry you across the water. Going to the tree he knows of first to use your guys' tree stride. And he would actually explain to you that what's it called? Sizzle will be happy to explore. He has been unable to leave the volcano since his creation. If he enters water, he turns into a block and falls to the bottom.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Does he turn back
yeah.
into water if you take him out of the water?
Yeah, he'll soften, but his power has shifted a lot since him and Sizzle have created a bond. But in their natural state, the eels can actually take a molten form that is very susceptible to water. And like all fire elementals, he has a weakness to cold and like water damage stuff. But he's in their bonding period, he has risen the creature to heights his kind has never seen, and it has spurred a sense of adventure in Sizzle.
Are you saying that Sizzle would like to come with me for a little bit? Or are you going to take Sizzle off on an adventure?
He's already used this cloak to hide Sizzle in his own garments. I'm bringing it back with me to the grove. I hope to with enough time to create little magma springs in our grove. If I end up as an acting archdruid, it's gonna take a lot of time and a lot of dealing with Druma and a lot of tunneling, but having an active magma spring in the grove would increase our forging a dozenfold. Not to mention just the raw glory of having nature fire, and it's just pure nature source, readily accessible. But it's a careful and thought out process. Too much, and I create a new volcano, and I'm sure the denizens of our country we live in would be unhappy with me, as would the forest, as would the Fae.
Well, I know that they're going to love Sizzle there.
Oh, of course.
And he is going to have the best time.
Even Avisus and all his muscle-bound lack of intelligence would be hard-pressed to dislike Mr. Sizzle.
He would probably secretly love him the most. Let's be honest.
I don't even think it'd be a secret. I think the big muscle guy would pick him up and spin in circles. He's a good guy. He just, you know, years of me making fun of him for doing push-ups while he made fun of me for reading. Well, everyone grows up, even ourselves. Maybe not him. But nah. Better be. And he parks the ship next to the first tree he finds as he begins to make his way up the river. Would speak a prayer in wild song and light it on fire. Saying it did well, it deserves to go back to the earth and not sit here and slowly decay with no rider. And I don't see myself traveling back to sail it back upstream. There's too much going on. That is a month-long travel at the very least. So, and he watches it burn with great reverence as the ashes fly into the sky and settle out in the long jungle. His prayer talks about it going to the earth, that, you know, the charred remains of things can be drank by the soil, enriching it into life, that it might grow, that it too may one day burn and grant its nourishment to that beyond. It is an old prayer that you maybe remember hearing from some of the elders years and years ago. It is obviously one he takes to great heart. Revealing again, he is a scholar above all. And he would grant you leave to use your spellcraft first while preparing his own, and tells you he'll see you in the grove whenever you're able to get there. He hopes, and he prepares to deal with the grove of wild bloom, but assures you he has the diplomatic talent that no matter how many ill-found insults they throw at them, he'll be fine.
Yes. I don't think our grove would survive another one of us having a fiery outburst.
I will ensure
There.
I leave them with a higher viewpoint of us than they have already.
All right. Well, I wish you luck.
Thank you very much. He holds his head up confidently and allows you to use your spell work before he starts his own.
Okay.
Grit, your hunt goes well. With you in their ranks, you guys set out to find what's basically amounts to a Loch Ness monster. You may or may not remember hunting, running into such things at the mines when you were here 8 years ago.
yes, I do. I threw an explosive and tried to boom fish him.
Yeah. It is easy work for you with some of your skill. The hunters are all very skilled and very coordinated, and you are you, and you outshine everyone. But with your help, you bring back on their cart like well over 1,000 pounds of meat. It is a glorious hunt.
We're eating good tonight in the village, and we'll have even leftovers still.
Indeed. And it will be well spiced, as they know that for outsiders, your group is quite talented in handling spices.
I'm
They would
I'm excited.
they would ask about John and if you had any updates on him and how he's doing.
Last I heard, he was doing well, though. I haven't heard too many details. I did talk to his lady. I guess that's the title for his leader. Yeah, she's doing well, and it seems to regard with no panic his situation. So I imagine he's doing good.
Perfect. He recites that he left a particularly good impression on him, on the hunters.
I'll make sure that is known. He's. We need to get a drink. We've been too busy chasing slavers.
Life is busy.
But the hunt is almost done.
Yep. More you spend your day conversing with people. Again, the overall through the day, people are happy to talk with you, and you generally get the feeling that you've had a positive impression on those you've dealt with.
Yay.
Um,
How hard do I think it would be to try to talk them into using the way station?
Make another diplomacy check.
Would it
That
be
one.
impossible?
It might be, but there's a check for impossible.
I know. That's it.
Do I need to
Let's see,
re-roll?
unlikely.
Okay.
So the highest level they are a 9.
Oh.
Let's see. It is impossible. All right. The impossible is possible with your group. So as you talk, who do you bring this to? Who are you trying to convince?
Who is actually in charge of the caravan, like to and from the Mwangi to our keep?
There isn't a particular individual. The first time, I keep wanting to call him Nahida, but that's not the actual name, but it's close to that. Josty's daughter went, as you guys remember, running into her. But she has many obligations to the town, and that is a, well over a month-long journey. So she can't continually make it. They just have people who have moved into trading. There isn't a set caravan leader, and it's honestly talking to them and learning as you have. It is rarely the same exact group that goes each time.
Okay.
But you know the people who are influential. Josty's being one, his daughter being another, and the leaders being the most so.
Yeah, I would probably try to bring it up to all of them.
All right.
At the same time, if possible.
Yeah. Getting Panin, Atsu, Josty, and his daughter together and explaining they take the matter gravely serious. But are not necessarily, when you make your claims, adverse to it, though they know it does hold great risk to them. Have you done anything to ensure they won't be immediately consumed upon entering?
I mean, when we initially came through, there had been a shadow, shade, reflection, something of Dahak that we dispelled. I'm God, it feels like so long ago.
Atsu speaks up, likely a simple manifestation of the god's strength, but he is still imprisoned in that dimension. Handling a speck of his power does not ensure that one of us wouldn't be consumed upon walking through the gate. If you had means of ensuring the safety of us, we would be open to exploring it. Jossie comments, as village champion, I will go first once the leaders have deemed it is a worthy venture.
I mean, your tribe is the ones that repelled him and sealed him in the first place. Is there any way you could possibly make the tunnel repulsive to him?
If this was known to us, it is an act we would have done centuries ago. But ensuring he does not escape his prison is the best we are able to do. Out of character, you know you've already had talks with the Firebrand actually coming and helping you secure the tunnel.
Okay.
This is a conversation you have had.
Okay, fair. Thank you. We do have friends that are willing to come and look at it and see if there's anything they can do. They're a bit stronger than us, it seems. Kind of scary looking.
When
They're really cool guys.
you are confident that you would risk our greatest champion's soul in this venture, then we will put the faith in you to do so. Simply ensure that is a risk you are willing to
life-giving water,
take and win.
nectar of the gods.
As throwing Jossie's soul away is not something we would do lightly.
Yeah, entirely reasonable.
We would hope. Right. Very good then. When you are confident, return to us, and we will go and bear witness to it ourselves. Jossie puffs his chest out and looks to you with a smile. When you are certain, I will put my faith in your certainty.
Oh man, I actually have to be certain about anything?
Yes.
No, I mean, it had to happen eventually. Sounds good.
Very good. Then we will see you then. I wish you safe travels back. And you guys are able to have a grand feast. Lorelei, you return as such is being set up and made ready.
I want to try the peppers again.
They bring forth the peppers.
Mario looks like great.
Oh.
I mean, these can't be as hot as the last ones, right?
I mean, I think you're just better now. You got this.
You've been building up
Jossie
that
laughs.
spice tolerance.
We will only bring the greatest pepper for our friends from beyond the great. And you notice they bring out the blood red and black peppers specifically for your group.
Grit is excited. Grit is very excited.
Moira cracks her knuckles, rolls her shoulders, cracks her neck.
Everyone who wishes to try a pepper can make a fortitude save.
Woo-hoo. All right.
That's much better than what I rolled back at town.
Hold on. I got to add a 2 to it because this is an ingested save.
It is. All right. Lorelai, you
And the
try.
success becomes a critical success. Mhm.
Okay. Well, are you using a hero point?
No, it's just I keep there. Okay. No, I grabbed reflex before on accident.
Okay.
Let me see. How many points do I got?
Grit's still fatigued.
Oh,
He should have been able to rest it off by now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'll hero point it.
All right, hero point. I'll adjust the hero points right now. Do. There you go. Good, because you had failed the first one. That would be very embarrassing as a fire druid. This is a really hard check when you're level like 5.
Yeah. Grit
Okay.
failed it the first time. I changed my build as a result of it.
Making that impact. All right, with that, it modified. All right. Well, several other Ikuje also try it, and a number of them are in obvious great discomfort, sickened, drooling, grabbing at liquids. But the 3 of you are able to handle it no problem. Moira, you barely feel anything. And are able to make a show of like crunching through the seeds, doing everything you can to play up the heat, and it simply not bothering you. While both Lorelai and Grit are able to handle it, but are even like showing
Success
up.
is a
Like,
critical success.
oh, yours is?
Oh yeah. I essentially have the fortitude thing for
Yeah.
ingesting fortitude saves.
You're able to do the same thing then. You two both critically succeed, and it is nothing for you. Lorelai, it doesn't bother you, but your friends are maniacs. And they really play up the handling this spice to the natives. Jossie and Nikita are both laughing and celebrating. Jossie consumes one, is able to weather it, but only just, as Nikita's simply lets her know that she does not delight in the pain. What's it called? She eats her food as spicy as everyone else, but the flaunting and showboating is beyond her.
You know the whole joke about your DM won't keep their fetishes out of the game? It's kind of like that, except Will won't stop putting spicy food in the game.
Homie, I am reading the book.
The
book.
This
For
time.
sure.
What I love is that so far, as cuisines go, Grit loves elven cuisine because they universally use peppers, as far as he knows.
What's it called?
Because between the Akuje and Lorelai's Ma, just the best peppers he's ever had.
It's funny. It is largely children that delight at eating the straight peppers.
Grit shrugs, I'm 5.
The first pepper the children offers requires a DC 15 check. The second, a DC 19. The third, a DC 22. The fourth, a DC 24. And the fifth is a DC 28. The first child drops out after the second pepper, and the other child after the fourth pepper. If at least one PC match eat all the peppers, the youngest elves offer the PC 4 bottles of hot pepper oil that have been specially distilled from their garden. Each bottle of substance acts as a salve of anti-paralysis, though the creatures the salve is used on experience some blazingly spicy after effects in addition to its magical effect.
That's awesome.
And should at least one PC eat all the peppers, whether or not they failed any of the saves or masked their pain. The youth are impressed at the foreigners' dedication to suffering, earning the players 1 IP, which was your guys' influence point system in this chapter. If all the PCs manage to eat if should a PC manage to eat all the peppers without visibly losing their composure, the Ukuji are impressed despite themselves, and the PC instead earns 2 IP. And Nikita and Akos both like this turn of event and improves their particular reputation you're pursuing. All of book 1 of or chapter 1 of book 2 was like a reputation thing for the Yakuza. So you're earning these IP for the tribe as a whole, and then reputation with each NPC. And if you get like the tribe up to a certain point, you get rewards, and if you get individuals up to certain points, you get rewards. It was a very cool
That
chapter.
was fun. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. All right. So, what's it called? You guys enjoy a meal. They tell you they are happy to see you. You should come by more often, and they look forward to finding out that you have further secured Hawk's prison. They would be happy to travel to and from your keep. They simply do not wish to be eaten by a god in doing so.
Yep, fair.
A fair request. I personally think the god is actually haunting and hating the dragon that had once pestered you, so did not appreciate her turn of faith, it would seem.
Good to know.
I don't think he's handling that well either.
And I want to say you two were the only people from the initial party that did all this.
Yep.
Well, as you guys are leaving, they would offer you both a medallion as a show of friendship, faith, and allegiance to the Akuje. I had this last week and I have lost it.
Oh. Grant bashfully accepts. This is. I wish I had something to give you.
Yeah, they let you know it is known as a Kalidai, which I'll put in. It's the name of the medallion they give you. It is the only piece of gold that they wear besides Josti, who is considered pure among their tribe, and is allowed to wear more. But it was forged by those who defeated Dahak, and is to be worn by those who have sworn to sacrifice their lives in the fight against Dahak should the great darkness ever return.
I'm definitely here to fight with you.
We will put him so far in the ground, he will forget what the sun ever looked like. That might be a little overambitious, but that's the goal. If the need arises.
We're pretty strong. We got a portal that puts us well underground. I'm pretty certain we can convince our friends to help us dig a hole.
Well,
Kelladai. Excellent. It happily wears his medallion.
As does Moira.
Good. And then they tell you to give their regards to Flynn, which I think is the only other person they know of who also helped you guys with the Belmazog incident, kind of showing up near the end of this chapter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool. And they will see you soon.
Yeah. All righty. Great. Thanks them again for their assistance in the hunt, and starts pulling the sled through with them. Can't get
All right. Well,
And I
you guys
thank them for their hospitality and their delicious food.
they nod and say travel well, kin in Elven. You have made good company, as have they. So
We love their food
yeah,
here.
you
Nice
can
to
wear
hear.
the medallion. It's jewelry. It doesn't have any inherent magic effect. It is mostly symbolic from what you've seen, especially knowing magic. Though being someone who is very skilled in arcane and someone who is very skilled in religion, Ikuje's magic is kind of off the beaten path as far as the general nature of magic is concerned. So while it doesn't radiate any kind of obvious magic, there is the symbolism and virtue in it likely has meaning, at least amongst their tribe. But they're also able to use their souls as weapons, so they are a different sort.
Grit absolutely appreciates esoterica. This falls neatly in it and values what it represents.
Serious.
All right.
Realizing they have all this things without sacred gold, I'm coming back wearing a golden robe. Hey guys, how you doing? I'm a wizard now.
I guess you can be a holy champion able to wear gold as well. All right.
We did take this off the king.
Well, out of his wardrobe.
Yeah.
I'll let you guys get back to the group. Everyone's able to get back to the keep. Most people kind of have like pretty routine downtime stuff. We'll say this will be going into the next day. You guys are able to rest. The keep runs orderly. I imagine you guys are diverting back, at least for this morning, to your usual stuff. Lorelei and Grit using a bunch of spells on the tunnels to get those going.
Yep.
And all that jazz.
And I would let Aket know in the morning that whenever she can get a hold of person to do the fast travel over to the Storm Druids. Because she said to let her know after we got back from Mwangi. So
I will send a missive to him, and he will likely arrive tomorrow morning. How many of you will be traveling there? It is, if you're going with our Storm Druid, going to meet our Storm Druid allies, the area is inhospitable. It might be worth bringing a greater retinue. Mallow should be able to accommodate your entire group should you desire.
we'll have to discuss that then with the group.
Very good. Well, at the end of the day right now, so it'd be the next morning. So feel free to ask if anyone wants to go. Male ghost. This is
All right. Yeah, I will go around to everybody, or if everybody's like together at one point. But yeah, I mean, it's Cheliax, it's storm druids, it's at least one particular storm druid that is happy to work with Hell Knights. So, it's not going to be fun.
So what's the details on this? I guess I'd be talking after morning prayer / me coloring my book.
I will say this is still the night you guys have returned.
Okay.
So we can just like speed the process along.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
if Lorelai would have said it right when she got back, then she would have said the miss of that night, and then.
All right. Fair. Yeah. Then in that case, then yeah, that'd be bringing it up. Well, then sure. I mean, I'm happy to go if you need a hand. But yeah, what are we doing?
Aket would offer to travel with you as you talk to the other members of the group if you've no dissuasion in that, Lorelai. She could perhaps provide insight.
Sure.
You know that now as she walks with you, she is flanked on either side by a mostly a robe covered and under the robe armored pair of women. They remain quiet unless addressed. But she'll let you you Grit and Moira at least are there. I simply need to let him know when to expect you. How much morning stuff would you wish to get done? I know you guys work on your keep under in the morning, and I think that is likely a valuable venture. It also would be nice. I don't know how pressing you are to keep doing your sermons, Moira, but if you wish to spare a few hours to do our sermons, we could look to leave in the afternoon. Maybe just past like midday.
Or
So
even
if you wish
like
to leave earlier.
maybe if we if he's a way to get there and back quickly, right?
Yeah, he should be able to get there. I'll speak with him, and depending on how much time you think you'll need, he'll simply, if it's a matter of a couple hours, I'm sure he could occupy his time. But if it's you want to leave later that day or the next day, he'd simply need to prepare more of his teleportation magic. He's pretty accommodating when I make requests.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with giving most of the day for everyone here to work on stuff before leaving. So like early evening would be fine, like after like a supper time.
Okay. And then maybe, do you think you'll be staying there overnight, or will you think it's just gonna be an issue where you're just there for a matter of a few hours?
It should probably only be a few hours. I don't plan on staying overnight.
I will add that to my thing. You should find out who all wishes to go, so he'll know how much to prepare.
Okay.
So who are you going to first? You're with oh, well, great. You said you're going. Moira, are you going?
Yeah, I'll go.
All right. Who are you seeking out next? You three.
Unmei's there, so I'd ask him.
Yep. Unmei would be found underground. What's it called? He has set up in your guys' basement an area of training, not far off, basically over from you guys' serpent lair and hot tub, where the cars largely stay.
You're going robot.
Actually,
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was just me or not.
Yeah. Okay.
oh yeah.
Yeah,
Ryan,
right is too.
So it's our
That
network
makes sense.
connection?
Yeah, I'm gonna say the same internet.
I mean,
That's why I
it
asked.
could be down to computer.
Um,
Well, we'll test again. I think you were starting to come in again.
actually, never mind. There's a lot of area just outside you guys is a cult and rogue and alchemic room and arcana room, and that's already kind of an educational area anyway. So, not far up the stairs above Alesta's ring, you could find Unmei hanging out with the Charukas and Bogards. Unmei, what's your teaching method like? And is that a good place for you where you'd want to teach? I'm not sure if you had other things in mind.
I would teach in the occult room.
All right. And how do you handle these crazy Mwangi monkey and frog people?
They're superstitious, so I would have ghosts out.
Nice.
All
of our occult people are going to be like that skittish type you see in like magical movies where like they're just constantly tremoring.
If they start like fucking around and not studying, the ghosts will have permission to start fucking with them.
Oh boy.
Giggity.
There we go.
The sooner they get through their lesson, the sooner they can leave and don't have to deal with the ghosts.
So actually, Belmazog's gone. Belmazog is in Kintargo. So, you pull Hazel out of her room in the alchemy room right there, who takes great pleasure at watching the Charukas and Bogard squirm and are horrified. There's only one way out of this area, and it's through you and your ghosts. And anyone who objects, you have way more than enough social skills to cow back into lessons. God, make a diplomacy and an occultism check. Are there any consequences for skipping lessons? And do you make it known?
I would just leave it as an empty threat of there will be consequences if lessons are missed.
Perfect.
Just have all the ghosts like in the moment you
can
say that.
go ahead and squeeze an
that sentence has a lot different weight.
Okay, so you said diplomacy and what else? Let's see.
Occultism and intimidate.
Occultism will be my lowest. So diplomacy.
I mean, a fortune teller telling you that there's going to be consequences, and I'm not going to say what is way more threatening.
Occultism. That's going to be hero pointed.
All right. This is basically like your ability to handle the ghosts, because I guess you would also be
try one more hero point.
Is your spell attack roll better than that?
Yeah.
Use your spell attack roll, because it's basically what you're doing. You're using your.
Okay. Really hard DC.
Oh, I still have the thing up there for convincing the Mwangi people to go up there, and it was a very hard DC, but.
Laura the Moira.
Just burn through all the hero points. Works.
So intimidate, if it works, actually has effects on it too.
It works.
So not only do I have group coercion, which at this point goes up to 25 people.
Yeah, you don't have that many people don't take common, so.
Still have it. Actually, I might have gotten rid of it. Let's see. Nope, I don't. I still have it. So when I successfully coerce somebody, they stay coerced for a week minimum.
That's hilarious. All right.
I'm legendary. It becomes a month.
Come to class. That's awesome.
The kobold who's watching you from the alchemy chamber, Hazel, speaks out in Draconic. Do you speak Draconic?
Yes.
Do you? I think they just ask. Do you understand? They say, "Do you understand Dragon Tongue?" As they're watching you. All right. They will let you know they are all about watching and part. And if you ever need help, they speak Mwangi and Common. But it is hilarious to watch their old captors squirm and writhe in terror.
I'll let them know, like, help as you see fit, and if you see anybody slacking, feel free to punish them.
Oh boy. Yeah. Hazel is. It is very clear to you almost immediately. This kobold is not a good person. They're not a bad person.
So
But
if there is, just to drive in the intimidation and punishment, if anybody ever did fuck up, like, or goof off pretty bad, I would just hit that person with the synesthesia.
what does synesthesia do?
It's the one that fucked with all your senses, the one that fucked your boss up.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah. What's it called?
Just imagine being like flash banged, sound banged, hit with vertigo all at the same time.
Right.
You get hit with a discombobulator.
Yeah.
Discombobulate.
So you pick up two things when you're dealing with this kobold. I think you're perceptive enough. They are very obviously chaotic neutral. So they delight in the chaos that they see you causing as you use fear and oppression to force them to learn.
Serious.
They would impart to you parts on how their animosity is with them is that under Belmazog's rule, she had these kobolds and Bogart literally working her people to death as she watched them die of poisoning. The only solace she had is she was able to, as much as able, get her worker, the Bogarts like these ones, to work themselves to death and then not treat them as they died. Many of the kobolds in the keep are actually the surviving members of those ordeals. She would reluctantly comment that Belmazog has come a long way and they're a much better person than they were, but they still remember them as the cruel, oppressive tyrant that they were for some time, and the number of lives lost to that blue creature. Still obviously struggling with old hatreds, even if you have witnessed them working together nowadays.
Yeah.
But seeing her people, like, they're being educated, and she also greatly admires education. It is actually abundantly clear this kobold's a genius, like unreasonably intelligent. She doesn't know a lot of things you know, and you warp her in strength.
Am I strong?
But Hazel is her name.
I said, am I strong? I don't even know what my strength is.
Oh no, like in potency, in just your
Okay.
ability.
I have a 10 strength.
She also fails your intimidate checks, like at you, and is one of the reasons she's as eager to work with you is hearing your diplomacy and whatnot. Falls in line. She's a level 8 creature, but she's a level 8 creature with 22 intelligence. So,
Yep.
Unreasonably clever.
But yeah, she has some alchemical abilities. She has some rogue abilities. She has some minor wizard abilities. And yeah, they would act as your aid. they completely lacked social tact. They're not uncharismatic, but they don't know how to talk to people.
What is
So
the
most of her
diplomacy
statements
they
are
use?
matter.
Diplomacy.
Yeah, no diplomacy, no intimidate, no bluff. They are matter of fact, and I know the knowledge and the composition of language. And yeah, honestly, when you finish lessons and go to eat, they would join you in just chatting. They would ask questions about your magics, how their magics work. She actually comments that she has a staff of flame that lets her seem like a wizard, and she's mastered the use of it and can use it to produce fire spells, but actually has no inherent magic ability herself. But through her just trading with it, she can charge it each morning to use.
Oh, yeah.
Aside that, she makes poisons and bombs. But they don't last very long because she's or the ones she uses with her alchemical skill generally are just for the day. She can craft long-term use things when she feels it's necessary. But yeah, with 16 in charisma, she's pleasant company. Your students don't want to eat with you. They don't make a show of not wanting to, but none of them flock to your table.
It's okay. I'll give them a break.
They seem to appreciate it.
For the rest of their lives.
But what's it called? Going to the next day, they will all be there. But back at the prayer night, where your group's been gone, Lorelei, Grit, and Moira, you come in to witness the student Charokos and Bogards all learning. A number of ghosts floating around the room keep them all perpetually horrified, and Hazel delighting almost sinisterly in correcting them and aiding in Unmei's tyrannical education process.
Can't tell if the ghosts are from Hazel, Unmei, or both.
Well, so the good thing, I'm definitely going to be using this to play good cop when I'm teaching them how to fight. They're going to love me.
The goblin's the nice one.
The goblin is the nicer one.
I try. Hey, as long as you don't give me a reason to eat your fingers, I'm pretty chill.
I mean, nice is subjective, right?
Give me an excuse to eat your fingers, then we'll see what my attitude is.
I mean, to be fair, a really strange amount of people have given you an excuse to eat their fingers.
I know, right? You think they'd figure it out, but well, I've an adventure.
And whatever fingers you don't eat, Sierra will eat them.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, Ume is being nice. He's teaching them common so that they don't die.
Oh no,
Right?
this is great. Like, I feel like they
So
lead a
nice.
cushy life. A little bullying was good for them.
It builds character for sure.
It builds character. You're definitely going to be disciplined when it comes to military training. Go ahead, Lorelai. Oh, Aket's also behind your group with her two people, but she lets you guys take lead.
Okay. Well, I'm assuming you will probably be busy tomorrow as well, as the common lessons are important. But I will be heading off tomorrow, teleporting over to the Storm Druids over in Cheliax to speak with another one of my druid kin. we'd only be there for a few hours, and we plan on leaving probably like right after dinner, so you'd have a majority of the day. But want to know if you wanted to join, just because it is a kind of dangerous place and elements. But it's okay if you would just prefer to stay here. But the substitute's going to be Hazel.
It's like, okay, we don't get the ghost. Oh, we get Hazel. Oh no.
Like, please,
Which
please.
one's worse?
If you're talking, you're muted.
Good me.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize it was that me. You know, I'll go with you, but I'll let the class know that I will be gone temporarily. But the ghosts and my assistant will be here to watch you. So if you mess up, I will find out. And there'll be more punishment. And there'll be a test when I get back.
Oh, no.
leave.
Pop quiz.
It's not a pop quiz. They were notified.
You were notified 2 minutes before the test.
Well, we're gonna get back, so it'll be probably tomorrow.
There'll be a test when they get back, and then they don't know that a pop quiz will be coming up right after that.
What's it called? Aket would look to Unmei and smile and nod. You were effective. I'm thrilled to see you taking the request seriously, and your methods are not what I would have expected, but brilliantly effective, I'm certain.
They're kids, essentially. So more disciplines in order if they were actually seeking this, like actually disciplined, I could be more lax and be more fun. But if I'm more fun, they're going to take advantage of it. So they get the stick.
They fear a greater consequence than they will likely receive in an area that ensures their safety. A safe terror is an effective terror. If we're planning on leaving tomorrow evening, Lorelei, you should have time to get one more lesson in before we all leave. It's just you'd have to leave tomorrow night, leave them in Hazel, and your spirit's care.
Yeah.
All right. So sticking with that, planning on it, do you wish, you said right before sunset, not going too late, like 5 p.m. sound good for you, Miss Lorelei, if the rest of your compatriots are aligned with the time?
Yes, I want to give people time to work on things that they need to individually.
From my knowledge, most people have their work done by about that time.
Yeah,
the dwarves could
I
finish a
don't
little earlier, but
yeah. I don't want to arrive super late, but
indeed.
I don't want to take up a good chunk of the working day either.
So let everyone finish their daily tasks, and then on the evening rest period, utilize that to meet with the others. It should actually ensure the tribe you're going to see is more centralized as well.
Okay.
Good. Then, as one more, who will you be seeking out next?
And Jerron stayed here too, right?
Yep, he's on the first floor.
Flynn is staying in Kovla, right?
No, he'll be back. He's back tonight.
Oh. Okay.
Because you just went there for the day and came back that night, right, Flynn?
No, he said it would take 2 days.
Oh, you're right. That's right. My bad. But
Yeah.
you would still be in Kovlar. Jerron, what do you do after your retraining period? You spend like your 8 hours beating yourself to death. What do you do in the evening?
Well,
Beat himself some more.
Different kind of beating.
Then it's the
Mhm.
evening.
Yeah. I jerk it, and by it I mean my
Evening
penis.
flogging?
No. Well, I think Juron would. I mean, his plan today was actually to go to try to meet up with Flynn and Kovlar, but
You can do that.
mhm.
All right, so you would be in Kovlar as well. What are you doing in Kovlar?
Juron would be seeking out actually. Well, he knew Flynn was there, so if he happens to see Flynn, he'd hang out with Flynn for a bit. But primarily, he'd be going to what's his name, Hammersong. Was it?
The guard.
Life-giving water.
No,
Nectar of
armaments.
the
Armaments.
Kelda, I think is her name. If my memory has designated that correctly. Kelga? Kel something or another?
I should have just pulled my doc up because I know.
I have them all written down here. Hey, Pargil. Yeah, Kelda. Damn. Forge Master Kelda Halgrig.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah, and he would specifically seek her out.
All right. That is not the area that Flynn is. Flynn, you went to the carpentry and you went. Where else were you there? I forgot.
The nobility.
The nobility. That's right. Are you mostly just making contacts right now?
Well, I'm waiting for my runes to be transferred and stuff. And so while I'm staying here waiting for that to be done, I am making contacts with the nobility.
And then dropped off my thing for Sierra at the
Yeah, I have that noted.
fashion people.
Been delivered note to Sagarok and getting Sierra's outfit adjusted. I hadn't had the other bits written. I'm just adding it to my notes. All right, and all right. So you're able to find Kalda Halgrig in her forge. They are working on any number of projects. A handful of her people have actually gone to work with the Coliseum building, but others are doing armor craft, weapon craft. They have teams that are starting to move into Sagarok to explore the old ruins, not in areas that they've deemed safe, but they're coming maximum geared just in case.
Mm. Okay, Chogi. But she is there busy or?
She is occupied, but when you walk in, she looks to you and is happy to address you. Did I make comment on who was doing your rune transferring, Flynn?
You just said they're in Smiths.
Okay. Well, there's
It'd
probably
be
some people
a
actually
weapon
working.
Rune, if that mattered.
Yeah, it would. She would turn and address you as you enter. Two of your lot in the same day, unexpected. Welcome back.
You must speak of our human Flynn.
I do. I have my some of my top crafters reallocating runes for him. I have still been studiously looking over the great axe and armor you've given. I have learned a lot, and I've not quite to the point where I'm replicating the runes, but I'm coming to understand great runes a lot better.
I see. Well, it's good to know that your people's history is being continued on in your works.
Indeed.
But I would hope that I could either bother you or of yours for a commission.
We would be happy to do what we can. What do you wish done?
I would seek out a trident of greater adamantine making.
Serious.
I have sources for adamantine. It's expensive, but I can get it to you at a decent value.
Yes, I would be willing to work with whatever quality you can provide. I just need something willing to handle souls.
Souls. That's outside of my normal expertise, but if it could be crafted into a weapon, it shouldn't be. So what is it?
It's nothing that nothing that with that much finesse. I just need to be able to hit things that normal weapons cannot.
Oh, like spirits.
Yes.
Okay, that I should have the knowledge on. I had to work with the Mages Guild, but we have weapons. She actually goes through and pulls out a axe that is made for such a thing. This is a spirit slayer as we know it, but it can harm spirits and it does so exceptionally well. There's a lot to it. I can sit down and draw up a schematic with you, and I will try to figure out the cost and the time. We'll have to source the adamantine and make sure we can get the magic in and see how potent against spirits you want it. Because I can make it a little potent or I can make it really potent.
Then we'll have talks on it. And then Duran would go into the more specifics that he wants that I've sent you.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then he'd kind of glance out at all the dwarves kind of heading towards Greater Sagarok. So how goes the quelling of the undeath in Sagarok?
Well, if I'm honest, we, from what I've gathered from Hammersong's patrols, all we've found is actual, corpse in the way they're supposed to, like on the ground. Where it used to be a endless ocean of undead, it, at least around the walls, has been largely quiet. They're still moving very, very slowly, and I think they're using scouts to resurvey the area, cleaning up, centuries of unused by anything beyond undead. But I haven't heard of a single skirmish breakout, so that's good.
This is good. I suppose both sides are keeping their word. But is there any assistance needing in the cleanup efforts? I could use a way to stretch my limbs.
If you want to hunt the Hammer Song, I'm sure they would welcome one of the heroes to travel with their people, if nothing else for peace of mind. But there's plenty of rebuilding. A lot of the effort's been put on hold restoration just because we've dedicated a lot to your topside project. But it's been several hundred years. The city's not going anywhere. And there's plenty of rudimentary work of just moving stuff.
This is good. This will give us time to discuss the finer details as you develop the weapon. And also, if you happen, or once Flynn comes back and you see him again, could you let them know my plans?
Yeah. He should be in eventually. What Hammer Song should be just at the guard quarters up near the gate. If he wishes to meet up with you, he can. Otherwise, I'll let him know that you're in the city and you're working on a weapon and working with Hammer Song. But first, we should nail down this schematic before you go running off to fight. Hopefully, not fight ghosts, but move debris and bodies.
Either way, I plan on learning quite a bit. So let us get this done.
All right. And yeah, she'll sit down and start going over options and ideas.
Mm-hmm. And he also offers to trade time of need once the product is completed for whatever value they're willing to take it for.
This is another. Oh yeah, this is the top side artifact weapon that you have.
Yes.
Another great rune I can study. Yeah, we'll find the value and I'll put it towards your making this trident.
Yes, it's appreciated.
Weaponless quest to find its new time of need.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Time of need would be a really, really good dentistry tool. Just in the middle of doing a drill, then immediately swap to a pick and then swap back to the drill.
Well, why does dentistry include a hammer? You know, just saying.
You got to take out the teeth somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, yeah, sometimes that's the best way.
Got to break it up a little. Pick out the chunks.
Yeah.
All right. So you'll be occupied. You were occupied.
Occupado.
That pretty much has everyone going into the next day. So the morning starts. Grit and Lorelei, you could do all your stuff with Rorsk and his people. Do you give a sermon, Moira?
Yep. And as per the discussion with Trini, I would go down and fetch her before the sermon.
What fortune! Your first one is your agreement. A cat also sits in on your sermon.
Hey.
So you have the old councilman and the one that replaced her. Both their first time.
It'll be fine.
What timing?
Grit will keep me company. I'll sit in for the sermon after my.
Right.
That sounds fun.
What's it called? Afterwards, they a cat would tell Moira that her sermon should start in about 2 to 3 hours if she wants to meet down at the temple of the God Claw.
I will meet you there then.
And she tells you your sermon was quite pleasant, and you have a very hope-inspiring way with words, and the city is lucky to have you.
Thank you. I hope it actually does help.
Hope is not necessary in that. It is very apparent that all of your influence has had a great impact on the city. In fact, if I see those in my congregation that needs something more akin to this form of speech, I will encourage them to come up here and enjoy your sermons if you were in town at the moment.
Oh.
It is a shame that adventuring so often takes you away, but I'm sure you do great works.
Again, I really hope I do. Although, given everything we've done, I'm fairly certain I would just get the same answer from you again.
Um, and before she leaves, she would look to Trini and nod and say, Shaylin and Saren Ray's blessing on you, Lady Gnome. And nods politely and then gives her that all too big, still quite not used to dealing with people smile.
This is how people smile, right? With the murder eyes?
Like Joker.
It's like, I have a business I need to attend to. I will see you all in a few hours. The rest of you are all welcome and invited to join my sermon as well.
I'll be there.
Smiles, thank you. And you guys are able to handle this stuff. Trini would what's it called? Join you. Who
I think Trini would really enjoy a tour of, say, the basement tea area. Like, all the way down the stairs.
She's happy to go wherever you go. Hazel, you've noticed, and Udme, you would know this as well. Hazel tends to prepare food that finishes right around the time your sermons finish, which is around the time that Udme takes the break for his teaching. But you've noticed she's begun using Piv and Snarf and the other kobolds as sous chefs to help with the food. The kobolds before the or the Characross and the Bogard before lessons still go out and hunt, so you guys have meat and stuff. I don't imagine you impede that, Unmei?
No.
Okay. So yeah, I'd say in the first half of the day, Hezra wouldn't be there because she's handling the food that the Mwangi people bring in. They've started adding bread to the rotation now that you guys are generating income and are trading more with Breach Hill. Many of the Serenites are farmers, so there are now times where like the farmers just come with large bits of flour already prepared, and Hazel and your other denizens are able to trade for it, which saves the farmers effort. And you guys are noting there's an economy that's actually starting to form as you guys work your keep more into the inner workings of Breach Hill, as Breach Hill as a whole is becoming a more prosperous city. In fact, traveling through, you guys have seen that trade is increasing in the town. You see more travelers, more caravans. You guys are still out of the way, but people have started like traveling through this route to get up to Aladir or to pass into Druma. So things like the Pickled Ear and the Wizard's Grace are seeing a lot more activity.
All out of
This would, like,
ears.
never out of ears. More people means more pork means more ears.
Yeah.
Real inflation might mean the ears will go up in price.
Oh no, ear inflation. That's somebody on the internet's favorite thing. I know that knee inflation is.
Knee?
Oh no, I have to look up the image again.
Oh
you
god.
If there's a body part There's people that
I
are
trust
weirdly
you. I
into
just
it.
Yeah, I believe you. I believe you.
No, if I had to suffer, you did too.
At this day and age, there's not a fetish I would. If it surprises me, it's only out of sheer shock that I would and disappointment that I didn't realize someone could fetishize it. Yep, that's a thing.
there
That is
has to
certainly
be a
thing.
rule of if it exists, there's a fetish of it.
Yep, that is. Those
Yeah, this
are
isn't a
certainly-
one-time thing, by the way. There's lots of images of it.
Oh, I'm certain. That's
Why the noobs?
I don't know. It's just a thing.
Okay. That's I. What whatever. I'm gonna move along and do my best not to kink shame here and just continue with my life.
Doesn't hurt me, but not my thing.
Not my thing.
I've never looked at somebody go, I wish their knees were bigger.
Help. All right. Well, see here.
Maybe do an overnight rest so we can
Oh yeah, I can do that.
reconfigure our spell slots.
What do you? I know that at least Grit and Moira are going to are at Moira's sermon and such. What do you do with your morning after you help the builders, Lorelai?
Well, my morning would first be quickly tending to the plants and then going out and
Yeah.
getting food for the serpents. And then I would spend a majority of the day helping the dwarves.
Cool. They say it should be any moment now. They have it set up, and they're kind of on like the final thing of just ensuring that both the inlet water tunnel and the outlet water tunnel are good. They've long ago broke, passageway, or they're right at the edge of basically both. So at this point, with the next day or two, once they're confident, they'll breach it, and they say they have to basically be ready for both to breach at the same time, because when they hit one, which would be better to do the inlet tunnel, that will just inevitably break out the exit tunnel. And if it's sloppy work, then it can cause collapse. Worst scenario, because they are tunneling under the city of Breach Hill itself, they are being very, very, very careful with the latter part of the stretch. Last thing they want to do is have this happen and suddenly a street collapses into a sudden river inlet.
Yeah.
So a lot of work as they're under the city. In fact, they have even commented areas that they think they're pretty close to their workshop. It's somewhere above them.
Yeah, she'll just be spending the rest of the day helping them. So
All right,
that it can
perfect.
be finished as quickly as possible.
All right. Well, so Moira, I take it you take Trini to the Desnan portal?
Yeah.
She is immediately enamored. I didn't know you guys had this here. Like, I heard some rumors, but
Yeah, we kind of discovered it after the all the initial incident stuff ourselves. We fought
it's okay
the
for me to.
like more or less shadow of a god in that one. That was the first one we went in. That was a hell of a surprise.
Difficult struggles create impressive individuals. It seems the potent start of you guys has cascaded into a ball that just keeps rolling and getting bigger. Well, if you wouldn't mind, I wouldn't mind spending time in the Desnan portal and meeting the people of these other lands, and if I have your leave to do so, of course.
I mean, this is definitely the safest portal that we have at the moment. Pointing back to the one going to the Mwangi, that there is a tribe of elves on that side that leads out to the Mwangi Expanse. They're much friendlier than they used to be, but they also don't speak common.
I am
So
content to simply look through the Desnan portal and meet the Desnans, and
okay,
maybe I'll poke you to see the other ones later.
okay,
There was a dwarf portal as well, but
yeah. There is notably less undead activity on that side. Probably, I hope, still. But
sticking to the Desnan portal.
yeah.
I
Yeah,
can talk if you
that's
wander through the portal.
going to be the safest. I will initially walk through with her.
And yeah,
It's like, I
she
expect her to
would
get along fine, but it's like,
meet the old. Well, she sees the old high priest of the Great Dream House in here, and immediately reconverts with him, and then immediately is a set with talking to people, asking questions, all the infinite gnomish curiosity that they are known for.
my Moira just smiles as she watches her just walk off, chatting and boggling at everything, and will quietly just dismiss herself back through the portal into the keep.
All right. Well, when you guys get down to Breach Hill, to the Temple of the God Claw, like your Serenite Temple, this one is also grown significantly. It's beyond just the Basandi. You see many of the guards, even the guards who were there before the Hell Knights were established, are in for the sermon. There are many merchants, a number of the travelers, and various few faces that you guys have seen through your time. Fattleby, he is actually here for this. And Aket actually verbally welcomes you and draws attention to your group as you arrive. Basically just telling people to welcome the local heroes to the congregation, that they might listen and impart. And points out yourself, Moira, and says that you've had great success in the growing of your Serenite temple. And she would advise anyone willing to learn the empathetic words of Serenray to take time out of their busy mornings to travel up to the refurbished and renovated Bastion of Heroes to attend it. And there is a clapping, and you know a lot of these people already, but you guys are looked at favorably.
Grit waves happily back to the crowd.
Yeah, Battleby actually makes a seat for you guys because he's
Yeah.
a fan.
Oh yeah, Grit definitely takes him up on it.
He is there along with his husband and several of their adopted children.
Wait, when you say make a
Yeah.
seat, I assume, like, I just mentally am picturing him just, like, quickly crafting a seat.
Literally carpentering up a seat for us.
Ta-da!
Super.
And she she begins obviously in the process of resuming from where she left off yesterday. But her sermon touches on the various aspects of the multiple gods that she worships. You know, She brings up Torag's blessings and how you guys are building your Colosseum and how it is obviously blessed by the Dwarven God of Forges. And she goes through basically just talking about how the region is becoming more and more civilized and more orderly thanks to the involvement of you guys. You guys quickly notice that you become kind of a talking point for her sermon. She brings up a number of the tales that she's heard of you guys, from killing the Bargeist. The fact that she brings up the Scarlet Triad and how how they were acting unlawfully in the area and causing distress and strain. She brings up the bandits that you guys actually handled. The only rise of bandits that happened at, I think it was Moira and the Wizard handled however long ago. And how the general growth of order has led to greater and greater wealth and prosperity for everyone here. And it's usually along those lines. It's a pretty lighthearted and positively aimed sermon. She lightly brings up the downsides of crime and rioting and protesting and the great actions everyone here has taken to remove that. She brings up the homeless and begging and how damaging that can be on larger cities, and brings up examples from Cheliax and even Aladir having to deal with that, and how Moira has done great acts in removing that blight from Breach Hill while enriching the farmlands and the area with more labor and more prosperity, and how great the city's growth has been. She allows a number of, near the end of her sermon, she actually asks the congregation to bring up ways that they have increased order to the region since yesterday. Some people comment on having stopped highwaymen of about 50 or so miles up the road during their last caravan. Other people talk about there was a dispute with a neighboring farmers and they were able to help organize it. Some younger people actually commented on some area of road that's hard to understand what the kids are describing, had like holes in it. So they went and they got stones that matched to patch the holes so that no one tripped on it. And it is a very positive experience. And goes on about the same time as the Saren Ray sermon before she lets out.
Moira is just being a nerd and taking notes.
Mm-hmm. You notice that there is, you guys, especially, well, you guys are both pretty perceptive enough. You can tell she is very light. She makes a point to kind of emphasize how awful homelessness are, how awful begging is, how awful bandits are, how awful disorganized is. She plays up the atrocities of the Scarlet Triad, the Bargus, any bits of disorder, and how bad they are for the community and how great it is they're all gone. And upplays every bit of order that especially you guys have done, but also toward the end of the sermon tries to highlight what everyone has done to increase lawfulness in the region. And you can see there's actually a general spark of like people wanting to make things more lawful. It never really drifts into doing good and helping people the way yours does, Moira. You're very empathetic and you try to bring out the good in people. Her thing is trying to just squish disorder and just make things run smoother.
Community
Just-
projects.
yeah, community projects. Like when the guy brought up that our neighbors were arguing and they were able to stop the argument and come to a resolution, it wasn't like there was this disorder that got fixed. The kids seemed really excited to be patching like a pothole in the road. And you notice it's the innate chaos and disorder that she brandishes as vile. And fixing that is good. She brings up, like I said, the increasing economy, how you guys are building this cool arena that's going to bring all these people here, how you guys have got rid of all the monsters. And none of it is inspiring to be a great person the way Moira's is, but it also doesn't reek of evil, despite, her even mentioning like Asmodeus in the sermon. But when she does show, she talks about like managers and employees, or like government officials and peasants. But it's always in this very smooth, elegant way that never feels tyrannical. And it becomes very clear why that church is growing. And she holds you guys and even your Saren Ray temple in high regard. But with that, evening will fall. Hezel is happy to take on stuff in the evening. I should ask Unmei, how long do you run your lessons? Usually the task for a day is 8 hours, but no one's stopping you.
No, I'm not gonna go past 8 for them.
Okay.
I'm not gonna be that abusive. It's already gonna be hard enough to not shatter their psyches. Oh yeah.
All right. Hazel will manage when you're basically done and you need to go. It's been about 8 hours. She'll observe them and make sure that all their homeworky stuff is handled. And she says she'll be there to ask questions if anyone has them, to prepare for the test that comes tomorrow. Anything people want to do before they take off?
No, Grit's all set to go. No, I'm good. I've got my wardrobe set, and when we get back, I'll take care of some other stuff. But for now, I'm good to go.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. We're good.
That's all set. Flynn, I know you are perusing with the nobility. Is there any particular groups you're trying to get on? Or are you just working through all of Kovlar? Being a council, it is obviously the city's ran by like a handful of people, but in each particular house, there are people in the upper echelon, the wealthy, the leaders. You would know from working with the Stonemasons Guild, those people who actually have managed to get legendary in stonecrafting are often the leaders or most prominent members of noble houses. Some of them have like retired people who no longer craft stone that just handle finances or even just observe things from their larger estates in the city.
No one in particular.
All right. All right. Well, from what you're doing, you quickly see that as you're going with them, everyone from the religious groups to the medical branch all ultimately come down to how is coin involved and how does it somehow benefit their house. There is a false altruism that is spoken where they're never about helping themselves, just their house. And but it is clear what benefits their house benefits them. The dwarves are very greedy. They're not evil, but they are all kind of vying for themselves while generally helping the city as a whole where they can. None of them are evil. None of them are like straight up wicked. But the people who've gotten to nobility have gotten it by being ruthless business people, cutting really favorable deals as favorable as they can, making sure it's a tick for tat whenever they're doing something for someone else. And while the council itself is very eager to help you, you know that like any help they would give would come at some kind of cost or exchange or trade. Though in your general speaking with them, you did gather that working with you itself is kind of its own reward in popularity. And they would likely, any deals you made with them would be very, very, very public, known that their house of nobles is working with the great topside heroes. They're very also like, none of them speak freely. You've noticed very quickly as you're dealing with nobles, they calculate every word. It is like a maze of dialogue. It is kind of exhausting, normally stressful, and it feels like even their most mundane comments probably have some hidden meaning, or at least a hidden objective. But it's all generally pleasant. Everyone holds you guys in a great regard. But despite that, as you're leveraging them and like getting to know more about them, they are shrewd individuals. But all right. And right around like 5 o'clock or so, when it's like transitioning from afternoon into evening, everyone's finished their stuff. There is a knock at the front door as the armored wizard Hell Knight waits to be greeted. You guys have generally kind of adopted an open door policy, but for most people, he knocks all the same.
I go over to officially welcome in our guest of the evening, and guide him to where we all are.
Mm-hmm. The missive, the warrior priest sent me, said you require teleportation to the storm druids and will likely need return a few hours after such, if I'm not mistaken.
That is the hope and plan.
All right. It is within my ability. The distance should allow me to, well, the distance allows me to get on point, and their druid, a Shade Bloom, has an area designated for when I arrive. So we will be arriving there, and I will occupy myself with a project I'm working on. While you do what you need to do, simply return to where we arrive, and I'll be ready to take us out. Are you anticipating violence or anything of that nature while you're there?
Oh, no, I really hope not. I like to avoid that at all costs. I just need to speak with someone and then we can depart.
No problem. do you wish counsel on the area at all, or are we ready to go?
Any counsel you can provide would be great.
They are
I'm curious.
a strong-willed individual. They are within Cheliaxan border, but they largely act independently. The whole mountain range does. Anything perceived as a slight can potentially raise to violence, though in their grove, such is not permitted to be fatal, unless it is a formal challenge for something of meaning.
Okay.
You're stronger than the bulk of them, so anyone foolish enough to attack you as outsiders should be easy to deal with. But it will burn bad blood.
If we're challenged, challenge it back, but leave them alive, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah. You should have no reason for formal challenges unless you're seeking to move there to overthrow people or take control of the region.
Fair. I'll pick no fights.
Are you saying that like the druids would have a potential to come out hostile and try to provoke us, or are you talking about other
You're
denizens
outsiders.
of the mountains?
There will be those who receive you poorly. I am not favored there, but they know better.
Both druids and other inhabitants.
The region is largely occupied by druids of the Storm Order and a local barbarian tribe. Cheliax has ultimately taken a stance of leaving them alone, for the most part.
Want to help if I say I have a very close friend that's a storm druid?
You could. Our ally in the Grove, Shadebloom, holds you in high regard. He'll likely greet you not long after our arrival. There are sentries who keep watch of my teleportation circle.
So I was actually talking about a different storm druid. I don't really know him very well. I only met him the one time. But
Your exchange was favorable from what I've gathered. But I haven't seen him since that day. We only call upon him when we're having to deal with druids or other primalists. He's not an official Hell Knight, but his group is allied with us. We have a treaty.
all right.
Very good.
And I thank you for your assistance in this.
From what I've heard, you all have treated our High Warrior Priest well. As Rizark said, it is beneficial for everyone if our parties are amiable. And I guess should we need something that doesn't violate your all moral code, there's a chance the order might ask favor. But we generally handle things ourselves. Still, you're better.
If you need our help protecting the region, it is our region to protect.
Yeah. There are some things we can't act on without it being a like a nation incident. Maybe if there's some thing causing chaos in Druma or like a nearby region that is detrimental to our mutual ideals, we will beseech you. Beset you or beseech you. That's what I'm not beseech. Beseech. Beseech you on aid on such. The order is not necessarily beholden to a region, but our close ties with Cheliax can agitate foreign powers. And there's just some battles that aren't beneficial for us to engage in, especially if we're stuck in others. Our order is still largely weakened from the wars up north, at least in number.
Grit's gonna make sure he looks as impressive as he can. I'm gonna go there and go to the place. I might as well look like I'm gonna stand out. I'm an impressive looking wizard. And you know what? Oh yeah.
I wished to do so while I was here, but it's probably favorable being relayed. I've seen through my divinations that you have saved and reformed the dragon Bogard that is a denizen here, though also not on the premises right now.
Oh, what was that? The last part cut out a little bit for me.
Oh. He said, I've seen that you've rescued and reformed the dragon Bogard that I encountered in the Separatist nation. It is favorable to see the path they have turned to walk down.
We're happy that you appreciate the change. It's been it's best for her. Honestly, it took her a while to grow on me, but I'm proud of her work.
Allies are better than corpses. So with that, he will begin his casting. And a moment later, you guys arrive on a risen, open-aired dais that has a number of runes on it, obviously used as a summoning circle. The temperature in the air immediately drops at least 40 degrees from a temperate temperate evening to a nearly freezing wind brushing across your guys' skin.
In the pocket, Sarah goes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cold.
We are at a higher elevation. As you guys look around, the sun is starting to set. You see a number of fires being lit, and can smell everything from meat to very obvious sorts of ales and alcohols to sweat and blood. Just in your sight, you probably spy around 36 individuals, most of them wearing very little. Many bare-chested or wearing hides. Most of them carry some kind of large spear or axe or blade across their body in some way or another. A handful of them, upon seeing you, retreat into a nearby building. That building, along with 3 others, is of noticeable greater workmanship than the greater part of the area. Actually built of strong timber reinforced with stone, strong doors. You see metal latchings and locks. A far cry improved of the other 80% of the grove, which is little more than like shacks and thrown together hovels and buildings. The ones who see you and immediately go inside go into such a building. The last thing that stands out is at the the circle is built into a large outcropping in like the mountains. There's a ring of mountains that cover all but a quarter of it. And down the way, from your point, it's probably at least half a mile to a mile down. You can see groups of people raising bodies on pikes. A handful of other rotted and decaying bodies line the road that goes down into the foothills. There is a group hoisting up, looks like 4 new bodies for the road.
And it's safe to assume that we are looking at the barbarians that live here, or
it is a mix.
oh.
You see many who have druidic regalia, though it is a far cry different from your own. Many have tattoos of thunderclouds, lightning bolts, and snowflakes on them. But they all are fairly barbarian looking in demeanor. You do notice that a number of the ones that are actually more covered in the hides tend to have a bit more druidic regalia on them, but they look like cousins if nothing else. Very similar in culture. Do you guys?
Nice.
Malos turns to walk the pathway towards one of the newer looking, well-built buildings. As several eyes of those who have witnessed your guys' arrival are looking at you and muttering you, but at much lower elevations. The dais is actually kind of risen almost like a platform or altar where you guys arrive.
Well,
I
follow your lead.
will. Yeah, I will follow to the building, see if I can get a word out of where I might find my druid, and or at least like Shadow Bloom.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and I guess I would like to say I am using as my wizard staff, Lorelei. Your old elven branch spear is now my wizard staff. And so Grit is pretending that it is a walking stick. But it is clearly a giant
stabby
spear.
walking stick.
Nice.
It's a really nice walking stick.
It is a really nice stabby walking stick.
And I will be sure to kind of, stand up straight and what's the word? Like, try to give off the vibe of just like assured, confident.
Regal.
Don't fuck with me. Yeah, important. I guess.
And you guys would know, like I said, you guys appear on an altar, and the only immediate path to get down is into the building behind you. But there are a number of people sizing up your group from a distance, murmuring and talks from the various people who have fires going, have meat cooking. But as it opens up, you see the more decorated image of Shade Bloom as he is at a table eating himself with a number of others who wear similar storm-oriented regalia.
Eating himself. Oh no.
He rises. His eyes look up to you as you guys enter in. You come to visit those of Breach Hill. Come, sit. There is food and drink to share with guests. he waves as a handful of younger looking individuals immediately run to begin getting chairs, lining them with hides, and preparing bowls of meat, vegetables, and flagons of ale for you. Everyone in this area are well-built, strong individuals, and a number of them look at you guys and look to him, but he doesn't even address them.
All right, I'll go take a seat.
Definitely. I'll take my offered seat as well.
As will I.
As you guys are preparing, he just keeps eating. And at least a few minutes would go by without him saying anything. What are you guys doing? There is a lot of food.
I'm gonna look around. Get a feel for anyone who looks like they have nefarious thoughts. Maybe they want to start something just to keep an eye on them, and then also scanning around just to see if I can see the Asphyxius.
All right. So at the table you are all sitting at, there are 3 other predominant figures, and kind of spread out around them are 8 other warriors. None of them are happy to see any of you. They are not suppressing glares as they eat, but none of them speak. But they do not hide their disdain towards you. You could see any of these 11 individuals pick you up fight with you.
I will not what's it called? Recede under their glares. I will be sure to look at them steadily in their eyes. Not for extended periods of time. I'm not challenging, but just showing that I'm not like intimidated by their glaring if it's an attempt to unsettle me or something.
All right. Well,
and
sure enough, all 3 of you feel a desirable, glaring intent of intimidation, but neither of the 3 other figures at the table are able to shake any of the 3 of your will, despite their obvious intent, as they use a glaring intimidation at you. But Lorelei holds her head up especially high, and none of the 3 of you are cowed. When Shade Bloom finishes his food, he cleans his face, and waits quietly, watching you guys eat and surveying the table, but still not making any words. The other large figures at the table finish their food, and only when one of them finishes the food are the warriors behind them then given food. Eventually, all 3 of them finishing their food and allowing the 8 others to eat.
then I
You do not see anyone that matches what's it called, a flame order druid here.
Okay. I thank you for this warm reception, for the food and drink. I hope our arrival doesn't find you like at a bad time. Talking to Shade Bloom.
What's it called? Do all three of you guys eat while their food is given?
I definitely do.
Do you eat as fast as Grit usually does?
Yep.
Moira, are you a quick eater or a slow eater?
Somewhere in the middle, usually.
Okay. How about yourself, Lorelai?
Well, she would actually not have too much. She will eat and have a drink. She will mostly just enjoy her drink, but
Grit trusts his iron
she
gut in
doesn't.
case
Yeah,
anything
she
is
doesn't.
suspicious.
She still eats the food and drinks as to not be rude, but she doesn't have like a full gigantic plate as
Makes sense.
they came after supper time. So
when you do start eating, if it looks like, or when you do start speaking, if it looks like all three of you have finished, they move your plates away, and he listens. What were you saying again?
just that.
Oh yeah, I hope you didn't intrude. He shakes his head. Not at all. Our agreement with the Blackguards allow them to come whenever it is pressing, and if you've arrived, I figure it's with purpose. How can the great storm druids be of aid to the... I assume since you're the one leading the conversation, this is you speak as a representative of your druid order or as the city of Breach Hill?
In this case, it's for my order, actually.
The Grove of Embers. I am well aware. Your compatriot has made an impact here, and he gestures at the building you're in.
So it's his ingenuity that helped construct this place, I take it?
I have not met a carpenter who can hold himself in a fight. His word has carried weight.
Well, this is actually who I've come to see. I need to speak with him of a pretty urgent matter.
He goes to speak, but then pauses and looks at you. Were there bodies being hung outside the gates when you arrived? I imagine your druid, fellow druid, such things shouldn't escape your sight.
Yes, I saw the fresh bodies and the old.
Then you would find your compatriot there. Or if he met his demise, it would be those who would know of it.
Met his demise in challenge to a fight?
No. It might have more weight coming from them, but I can tell you what they've done.
What have they done?
He has taken to the slaver raids when he's not handling building. That sounded really stupid. Building construction in the circle.
Taken to slaver raids. As in participating in runs to get slaves, or?
No. You weren't familiar with the area. This mountain range is ours. We share it with many tribes here, but we have Cheliax knows their place when it comes to dealing with my mountains. If an ill-gotten slaver would dare tread on our soil in attempts of capturing servants, there is no leniency given to them. We hang the bodies as warnings that we need not kill more, but every now and again, the foolish still wander up the foothills. Your compatriot has expanded them farther north and south. He has taken pride in the work, and oftentimes Cheliacs and slavers come with good warriors, so the fights are good.
And the man after my own heart.
Well, all right. Well, I thank you for the information. For your time. But I would like to speak later again, but I will need to. My brain's not working.
Meet your companion.
Yes. I can't think of the word of needing to leave.
Your visit will
pleasantly.
be swift then, yes?
Yes, I only intend to stay for maybe a couple of hours or so, just so I can speak with my kin.
If the Blackguard lingers, I can usually tell that those visiting are not here for long. He would make a fist symbol and then tap his chest and point to Lorelei as one of the 8 warriors actually move over to a coffer and produce a heavy iron medallion of a circle with crossed lightning, and moves to hand it to you. This will tell the tribe you were beyond reproach. You should not be bothered.
Thank you very much. And she will gladly accept it.
He nods. Your kin told me of the loss of your loss, I guess isn't the word, but effective. Your former arc druid. I wish you fortune in finding their replacement.
Thank you.
Nods. All right. He makes a gesture, and more drink is brought to the table, and you guys are turned away from as though you were no longer there. As you, the younger, looks like teenagers move and open a different door that looks to lead down out of the building.
All right then.
All right,
Just
then I will proceed down to the bodies
as you
with my
guys
medallion.
are moving, you guys hear a crack of thunder outside the gate, and many of those who are near that area move to watch. And there is a clank of metal, a couple clanks of metal, and a scream that happens as you were just making your way down the stairs out of this risen building. The scream is masculine.
Is it a scream? Does it sound like a scream of pain or like a scream of like a warrior battle cry kind of a scream?
A scream of pain.
Well, take it the boys are fighting. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go have a look. See.
Yep.
All right. As you make your way down there, there is a pair of women who are lifting a body onto a leather, essentially stretcher. The individual is still smoldering, but looks to be alive. As they are bringing them back into the gate, and a number of people are talking. When one individual stands out amongst them. Da, 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 da. I'll put it in ashes. Game works. The individual wears only like a high, what almost accounts as an armored skirt of hide, is adorned in many tattoos, carrying a spear in one hand and a still flaming hand in his other hand, still like glowing with flame. As other warriors are speaking to him.
Oh my god. Crispy.
The warrior being led away is larger in size, as everyone here are just, you're looking at like, I think 17 strengths probably, like 18 strengths probably a minimum in this place. You might have some at 16, but everyone is huge. The warrior being rolled away has a giant axe that is laid on him, but his face and a lot of his hair is burned away.
It's just a druid fraternity.
I'd say the baby's coming out the womb at 18 strength.
Pretty much.
That art is not realistic.
They're not
He would not be able to put his arms down all the way like that. Would be more away from the body.
But he is talking to others who are laughing and seem boisterous. He has one noticeable cut across his body that as you're walking, you can see him just distinguish the flame on his hand, wave it around a few times, and touch himself as the wound heals up. And
in public? Oh my goodness.
They turn to at the last remaining body that is still half impaled on a pike. Apparently, whatever brawl happened, interrupting the event.
Are they hoisting the charred body up on there?
No. The charred body is being taken away on the stretcher.
Okay.
It's still obviously alive, just the face and the hair is burnt, and they have his axe sitting on him that's almost as big as he is. They have another body that is very obviously dead, that is like most of the way impaled on a pike, that they're starting to turn and do work on, when him and a few others notice you. As usual, everyone who sees you glares at you, but upon seeing... Are you wearing the necklace that Shadebloom gave you?
Yes.
Upon seeing that, many of them scoff, roll their eyes, or turn away. And
I will glare back at them.
They don't even meet your gaze. Once they see it, they just look away.
That's right.
And him and two of the guys with him actually greet you as you can hear with your guys' keen hearing him speak that she is of my tribe. Be respectful. Soliciting scoffs from one, and the other says he has the Archdruid's, or they have the Archdruid's favor, and then doesn't say for anything further. And he would take a few steps to meet you. You did not take the usual route to arrive here. I take it you were ferried in with magic?
Yes. Actually, not too long ago. And she'll greet him with, whatever, like kind of formal greeting from their grove.
Yeah.
And
Druidess Toria. I appreciate the notification. Do you know if the Archdruid is still well?
I have not received word from him personally since his departure. I know that the parents of the two youths went to the Wild Blossoms Grove to join their children. And I know that Mirthane, who I just spoke to just yesterday, is also on his way to the Wild Blossoms to check on our former Archdruid.
He seems to be in thought, scratching his hair as you mentioned Mirthane.
Is like he's really trying to think really hard.
I mean, yeah. As he just scratches. I don't know a lot of the Wild Bloom, but I know they are stronger than him, and he prefers endless words. The task is suiting. I have wanted to go since I got your letter, but I question my resolve. I'm doing a lot of good work here. But I am not strong enough to take down a grove of their power, and I am ill-suited to have a levy of insults thrown at me. I can tolerate it, but I don't think I would be useful in dealing with the Archdruid's current situation.
Yes,
short of instigating a larger conflict. But Shadebloom is in no hurry to instigate a great fight between groves. And I don't think it would fit our order or our kind. As irritable as I am to hear about the mistreatment of our people.
Shadebloom. Also, can we speak more privately for a moment?
Who all ears do you wish kept from our conversation? My people or yours as well?
If you need a minute, I'm happy to walk away.
Yeah, I think just the two of us.
Yeah, walk
for
with me.
our ears.
And he would switch to speaking in Wild Song. And immediately would tell you, neither of the two with me are gifted in the craft. There are many other storm druids here, but they make up only about half those you've seen.
All right.
I am the only flame druid here, though there are a couple others of other tribes.
Okay. But yeah, so what do you mean that Shade Bloom wouldn't want a inter grove conflict?
When I told him about the cruelties committed to my people from your letters, I had beseeched him in rallying us and crushing out the wild blooms, or at least teaching them that this is not the way you handle your weakers. You know our order. We are tolerant. Those who are good-natured are taught ways to improve. They don't have their bodies maimed and hung up and perverse lessons. But he humored the idea, but it would be a great conflict, and many on both sides would die. He fears the weakening of the druid orders, even theirs, would do more harm to nature in both Cheliax and what's the name of that fucking country? Andoran. And it would be overall hurtful for nature, both crippling our order and crippling theirs. There's also a good chance us coming back that as injured as we are could lead Cheliax to conquering this region of the mountains. And without the Wild Bloom Order, it's likely the greedy Andoran loggers would devastate majority of the Dark Moon Vale. And he says that we must overlook the greater nature over the lives of only a couple, however untasteful their handling was.
I do not wish for an all-out war between each of our groves. Fortunately, as mentioned briefly in my letters, the compromise that we were able to reach between myself and the plant druids was a hard one. They do enjoy, or at least some of them very much enjoy, cruelty. And I mean, as we all know, they, with their leader being quite literally a manifestation of nature, nature's wrath could be completely unforgiving. So the fact that I managed to dissuade them from outright killing basically 2 children, and besides the dismemberment, hopefully they're keeping their word and not continuing to torture them, at least physically, for the time being, was the best that could be accomplished. Otherwise, it was, the other options were let them sacrifice 2 of our kin who are young and still learning, or war, which
You
would
did well.
result in our grove being wiped out as well.
You were put in a impossible situation and you handled it extremely well. Better than most I know. I would have had trouble. I mean, they're stronger than me, so I couldn't have risen my spear to them, nor my flame, however weak they might be. I've familiar with the avatar of nature, the green man that rules them. I don't think anyone, even in the Grove of Storms, could handle that creature. I have sought to get as strong as possible since I've heard your news. We have traveled great distances, and I have fought many, many foe. But I am still leagues beyond a being of that power. As is Shadebloom, I believe. The issue with when you have druids who get too tied to the fur or the plant is they begin to lose their elven or human senses. They think like the raw, unforgiving, uncaring side of nature, tearing things apart, making things suffer for crossing illusionary barriers or violating unknown codes. And they have no strength in what it means to have strength. They don't know how to cater to those who are weaker than them and how to teach those that need teaching. They enforce their will as reckless as nature does. And the plant druids have had no love for us since I've been born so many years ago. I don't think they'll learn it, even with the Earth's aid. Their animosities are born into their very blood. It is sad. Our kind, be it from the wave, the sky, the flame, should all know we work for a common cause and know how to treat our underlings. Groom them to become as strong as you, and in hope stronger, not sever their limbs for a slight they made in anger. There's no honor in that.
I agree. I was surprised that that their avatar actually shared some of his knowledge with me to help better the nature around Breach Hill, heal that which was burnt away from people's whims.
I've heard the incident.
Yes, it's finally healing now, and part of that was I had done what I could, and it was able to take hold fully once the ritual was shared with me, and I also used it to better our farmlands at home. Yes, I just for saving time, she'll share with him some of the personal stuff that's been going on with her traveling with this group, and the threats with the triad and kind of the Hell Knight takeover, that kind of a thing. Just so he's informed of what she has been up to, and inform her of like what's been taken care of back home. And yeah, since our names were thought of by our former archdruid, she thought it was important to speak with Asvicius as well, and ask if when and if he plans on going home.
I did. The grove is without leadership at the moment, yes.
Yes, technically.
I had when I was much younger, had wished to ascend to leadership, but I'd realized many years ago I was too weak to take the role. If the grove needs a leader, I can leave my work here to those who would carry it. And while it will be difficult to gain strength in the Grove of Embers as their surrounding area is relatively peaceful, I would happily take the mantle and help hopefully strengthen us. We'll probably never hit the strength to be able to oppose a grove such as the Wild Bloom, but strong enough where we need not worry about common threats.
Yes, that's even if it's not in a leadership role, as I told Thane, I am striving always for a balance between physical strength, physical and magical, as well as strength of mind and character.
Good.
And also no shortage of empathy and ways to find a better outcome for all parties involved.
Those
And
are
I
the
do
traits of a
think
leader.
that your strength and knowledge can would still be beneficial back home, as far as still building a sense of security and uh, again brain, but like safety amongst our people, so that they aren't, even in their benevolence and peaceful nature,
They
are
are
not
not
easily
vulnerable.
pushed over. Hmm? What'd you say?
Oh, I said they are not vulnerable.
Yes. And I
Mir will
believe,
not like it. He is not a great fan of me.
well, he likes your spirit.
He just does not understand the necessity of strengthening yourself for when words fall. Our magic of flame is the strongest druid order. Having wandered and seen multiple druid orders, none are our equal. And I'll admit I likely would yield to him in raw magical prowess, as he spends every waking moment either talking to the spirits or is head in a book. But there are moments where magic cannot be truly relied on. And he fails to grasp those concepts and simply loses himself. I think I could probably have him. Yeah. God forbid the two of us end up in a zone of silence. I think I would just wait for him to cry himself into defeat.
Hmm. I don't see him crying easily, but that
You're likely not.
would
Perhaps I'm
be
too
interesting.
harsh on him, but there were more than once times where he'd lost a book or a child would prank him by lighting a particular tomb he had on fire, and he wailed. So I mean, it's likely my memory playing tricks on me, but no one's burned me as much as he has. All of my inspiration on perfecting my magic craft came from him. But I
So
also know if you just wrap your fingers or if you intertwine your fingers with him, he just kind of panics.
So are you also of the understanding that you don't think the two of you could work together?
I don't believe he would tolerate me working to strengthen everyone as me and you are. Then he would sit here and lecture every ounce of physical perfection and strength we'd pursue. He'd moan about people not also having their noses in books for 12 hours a day, and I think would lose heart and depart. And should he take leadership, I'm pretty sure he'd make me just wrap my hands and legs in bandages and tell me I can't lift a bowl until I've memorized 1,000 encyclopedias or some odd.
Uh-huh. Well, I want to look out for what's best for our grove, our people. I, not just as acting archdruid, but in general, have and will always want that. In dealing with what is happening right now with the triad, I unfortunately can't count on being at home for long stretches of time. At
You are
least not.
still personally obligated to find your father, are you not?
Well,
At least to your own code.
that was a hope. But it wasn't one that I necessarily believed could happen until recently.
Would you abandon him? Or would you continue the hunt for him?
Well, there's a chance that during my continued travels with this group in pursuing a triad, that my journey to find him and free him could be ending soon. But he is, even if he was not blood family, he is still
kin.
one of us.
Then you should follow with this group, vanquish great enemies, better the lives of those who would be their victim, and find your kin in the process. That is a great calling. Your time to settle is not yet upon you.
So, in your opinion, then, between the three of us, what would your advice be for how to proceed with leadership?
Mir would expand our education. Our people would be smarter, and open to all various sects of druid, no matter how detrimental they might be. We'd become more versatile magically, and we'd understand other groves better. But it could lead to people who share ideals similar to the wild bloom becoming part of us. People who would tear down what we care about and what we value, and the likelihood of infighting or self-destruction would increase monumentally. But we would know more. I think we'd be better diplomats and obviously better well-read, but I think we would be weaker. And I think the number of villains that would threaten us would increase over the years. And as soon as you met those who were not interested in speaking, our grove would be destroyed. If it was not destroyed from within, from too diverse an ideology, loss in the value of the flame and what it stands for. I would see us strong. I would see us focused on what we know, focus on what we have built us. The art of flame and mysticism would obviously be trained, but I would see everyone strength in arms. There would be no easy prey in our village. I would like to see anyone who came in met with a blade or a flame from every resident. People would still learn. The children would still learn the languages as we have. He would manifest ignite on his hand. Obviously learn how to cast spells, speak with the elements, and so on. But I would like to see us stronger. I'd also like to see our infrastructure changed. My family built a handful of houses before my parents passed and I left. But we could use walls. We could use better structures. That's where education, I think I'd also expand, having people learn how to build more. And make those who learn the ways of Druidism, those that align with us, that matter to us, that isn't going to destroy down our own society. From what I've gleaned, you come from some great castle that's being built and fortified and expanded. Maybe not a great castle of stone, but I would see the same thing happen to our grove. What I've begun to do here, and he gestured back up the road. That's what I'd like to see. Everyone strong, everyone capable, and no more small stick huts. A great, trustworthy society that still works with nature. But nature we need not be threatened by, like the wild bloom. Or other, dangerous sects.
Are you simply speaking of better lodging for safety or dangerous sex? Or are you speaking of something like an industrialization of the grove that would eventually steer us away from nature?
No, we need not have factories or the other human things, but good walls, good taverns, good lodging. The things that many have done, while still glorifying the flame in every structure. You will find not a building even in this grove that does not honor the flame and honor nature. I would never take an act or encourage an act that requires atonement. but the comforts that the human towns have would be a great boon to all of us, defensively and for quality of life. We don't need to have a stray wolf wander in and snatch a child, or a particularly harsh blizzard, or end lives from exposure.
So I do have one more person to speak to. Landless. Whatever his last name is. Landless. Something in my notes. But depending on how things go, would, if either you or Mir were to take on the mantle, would it, like, if Mir were to take over, would you support and still aiding and strengthening the people while he strengthens the education of our people? Or the other way around, would you allow him to institute some of his own teachings and beliefs into the overall well-being of our grove? And could you do this while I'm away until my adventuring has come to an end?
What would change when your adventuring ended?
That when all is said and done, and I can finally return home for good, that I would take on the mantle of Archdruid.
If we built it up in that time, why would the change be necessary? I don't think even Mir would be okay with that.
This could be several years from now, or it could be months.
We are elves. Decades are... I will return and speak to the elders. I was waiting to hear back from you. I think it would be hard pressed to have I think if Mir took over, there would not be room for someone like me in the town. And if such is the case, there are other places I can seek to get stronger. There are still circles of magic I am unable to cast. If Mir is willing to follow my rule, I would let him indulge in books. I might have him put some meat on his arms and legs so he can... But I don't think I necessarily need that. He's strong enough in his magic. Just, he'd have to tolerate me making sure everyone's able to defend themselves. But I think if you're seeking to put someone else in temporary for months to years, your quest will fail. I think whoever takes charge, you should be ready to watch the grove shift into their image and not plan to just snatch it from under them when it is convenient for your time. That would neither be fair to myself nor to Mir, nor to Landless if you go that route, but if you put Landless in charge, I don't think we'll have a grove by the time you're done.
All right. There's a lot to consider.
There's. I don't have my transportation spells prepared today, so it'll take me till tomorrow to return. But I'll return to the Grove. There is no doubt countless people with loud voices and no ability to enforce their will there, screaming at each other and demanding the other yield. I will do what I can to quell the issues that I'm certain have already aroused.
In just a few days since I left. Yes, I do plan on going back to fully resolve this. I would like all of us to be there. Since Mir is stopping at the Wild. Is it Wild Blossom or Wild Bloom? Just above table.
I kind of go back and forth. I forget which one I have it listed as. Let me find the paper.
Wild Bloom and Onion.
Right.
Oh, delicious drip.
That will make me remember it easier if it is Bloom.
Wild Blooms.
Okay,
Wow.
Wild Bloom and Onion.
Oh, they are known for their bloom and onions.
Fuck yeah.
Yes.
What's it
so
called? I would just, in the time we think, before you deal with Miro and myself, we can have a discussion there. I also wish to know what the elders think. Whoever takes over should have at least majority of the Grove support. We don't wish to cause dissent. I don't wish to see the society we've built collapse. But if you wish to come and put someone in charge, I would expect it to be for the long run. Unless you could give a really good reason why someone should build the Grove in their image and then surrender it later. People, I think, are willing to give up, at least I am willing to give up the life I've pursued to build something. But when I've put the blood, sweat, and tears I would put in for my people, it will require. I'd rather not have it ripped apart when it pleases someone, even yourself, even Yurth, at that matter. I will give everything to the Grove. I will not have it simply taken if that is the case.
I guess more of how I see it. I don't see it necessarily someone taking over just to build it in their image, but to want to better it and protect it for the Grove's sake itself, whatever that may be. And I would say that I would hope that our people, whether remaining at home or traveling abroad, that they would want to help and put in their time and their efforts to see the Grove do well, not just if they are a leader or not, but that in their pursuit of bettering themselves, that they are doing it for the people themselves, to help them.
Leadership usually falls into the hands of the ambitious, and when any group of people is led by someone, the group will mold to fit the leader. That is the nature of gatherings. That's something one you should expect even without my input or even arrival. If Mur takes and leads the Grove, it will be shaped over time to Mur's image. If you took the Grove in time, it would be shaped to yours. desire to or not, your influence, your personality, your values, what you feel important would be mirrored in the grove. It is the same with your earth. That is leadership. At least good leadership. But it matters to me, as I know it matters to you, as it matters to Mir. So I will be there. And if it becomes stifling where I cannot prosper, I will depart, as I have, as Mir has. The world calls. You had things you wish to do and callings you wish to go, and you departed as well. The ambitious rarely stay put unless they are shaping things in a way. But we can talk further when I arrive. Go
I
ahead.
guess I never looked at the grove as stifling. I just.
It is peaceful, it is comforting, it is safe. But it is a tiny ember in a raging inferno of potential throughout the world. But the leadership forsakes the world to focus solely on the ember.
Yes. I do believe it'll be a little while before Mir can make it back home while he stops in the other grove. And I'm hoping to hear word of how our former leader is doing there and how the kids are doing. If the druids there are keeping their word. And I know I will probably get to see Landless in about a week and a half or a week. So if I can't get a hold of him before then, or if I can only speak through messages, I can't see him any earlier than that, then I will return to the grove. So at least the three of us are there.
I will keep things as admirable as possible. I trust Mir will do the same, and I will see you whenever you arrive. I will begin talking to the elders and also gauging their opinions and what they desire. Meanwhile, travel safe. Whatever, if you're traveling to the far east, do so with care. And I know little of the land this has gone to, but they're likely dangerous. They are likely unkept. They are likely savage. So take care of yourself and be safe.
And even colder than this place.
I don't think they're too cold from what I've heard. Definitely not as cold as here, but they are wild. But few outside of that realm know much about it. It is suiting for him.
All right. If I can get word from him at least, even if I don't get to see him in person until after we all converse at the Grove. But I will let you and Mir and the elders know whatever information I can find out from him.
Allow me to walk you and your comrades to the Risen teleportation circle and see you off. I will then rest and recoup, and I will get back home as quick as I can.
All right, I appreciate that.
Of course. Meanwhile, as we walk, tell me of your comrades. You are off adventuring. I will tell you of mine. And he will walk with you.
All right, then I will tell him. I'll tell him about the 3 that came with me, our cleric, who's
All right.
got her own little cult now.
We will
The
wrap
little
up.
son.
The little son. She's basically an avatar of Sarah and Ray at this point.
You just
If
hear,
you
damn
wish
it, from Moira as she loses again.
If you wish to impart any other information you'd want him to have, just send it to me in text in the next couple of days, and I'll repeat it. Otherwise, we will pause there, and this will be the
All right.
conclusion of those arcs, and we will handle the bits going forward. A lot of people have like their day-to-days pretty planned, so it'll be just figuring out everyone else who has like day-to-days they want to do, what they're doing, and then kind of jumping to highlights.
Mhm. I have a couple more little tasks to knock out, but they'll be knocked out in a few days, and after that, they become more regular routines. So,
All right, cool. Once everyone's kind of in a regular routine, I'll sort of start speedrunning stuff. But
sweet.
as long as people had individual stuff they want to do, I've been trying to like highlight those bits. I have a few more, a number of other things happening before the Coliseum's finished.
Am I keeping the medallion, or do I give it back?
They would
Once I
ask
leave?
for it back when you go to leave.
Okay.
They basically tell you it's like something they give to honored guests so that no one tries to pick a fight to see if they're stronger than the outsider.
It's the guest pass.
It is literally the guest pass.
Fair.
VIP.
Rick kind of wouldn't mind him having a throwdown with a barbarian. He thinks he could probably do it with just his knucks. Depends on the barbarian, but I'm willing to give it a shot.
It's an option. What's it called? If you guys wanted to, like, talk up some barbarians or whatnot while you're there, you'd be welcome to.
Well, while we're waiting for our teleportation to go off, I'll probably make a point.
The 1 or 2 people who challenge you would not do well, but they go over like the bits of basically a challenge being declared, a challenge accepted, then no one else is allowed to get involved. They would tell you that the it would mostly be literally the women who were much less hostile, the ones that you've seen that are like basically handling bodies and whatnot. There are plenty of warrior women as well in this place, but there's a good number that just handle things like medicine and whatnot. But yeah, you guys are pretty amiable. If you start a conversation, someone near you would tell you that like there's normal challenges to fight to see who goes out. You're not allowed to kill people, and then there's formal challenges, and that usually comes because like a large slight was happened or grave offense, and you want to kill the other one. And if that's accepted, they're fight to the death. They are uncommon.
I'm not looking to change that one's commonality ratio, but I do think I'm going to experience some local culture before we take off from here.
All right. Well,
What about
a couple of barbarians you fight would be very, very strong, but you are generally way too fast and way too good at fighting for most of them. You do notice some others that look like they would be bigger, like better fights, but they do not seem eager to just run down and fight you. The ones you fight are more younger, things to prove barbarians.
Fair enough. All right. I see there's bigger fish to fry in this place, but I've made my point. I'm a wizard that can throw down.
What's up, Lorelai?
I was gonna say, what would it look like if Lorelai took a challenge?
Much closer. You are not the same level of physical prowess that Grit is. Grit is a really, really good fighter. But I mean, you guys are incredible. At most, you guys are probably fighting people level 7 to 9. So it's not much of a match. They might get a couple lucky hits in here and there, but especially wielding the magic you have, they wouldn't stand a chance.
Grit would openly
Literally,
invite.
like rain fire on them.
Yeah.
But yeah, any of
Grit-
the ones who gave me a particular stank eye
Yeah, and there's a few
who
like
didn't
a
seem
few
to think
women.
much of me.
There's a few women who fight as well. Like I said, it's lower number. But you notice that the druids, for the most part, do not instigate fights with you. A lot of the stronger individuals you see in the grove, you actually realize have some kind of druidic marking on them. There are some strong barbarians, but the better part of like the more imposing figures are druids. And if asked, one of them would comment that they recognize your strength looking at you, and don't feel a need to a challenge.
All right. Well, then I'll just put
Um,
the other ones, the lower level ones that are too eager in their place as well.
And do.
Grit goes out of his way to get hit once to show off this spell. As he leaves behind a cheap wooden copy of himself to take the hit for him.
That's hilarious.
You just Naruto these poor children.
I'm a wizard. I want them to remember that as I'm punching them.
What's it called? Avisa's traveling with you, Lorelei, and eventually talking with Grit and Moira would say barbarians are very, very difficult to fight. Just head up. They can take a lot of punishment and they hit incredibly hard. The problem they have is that we are gifted by the land itself, which demands we win. And they're rarely able to keep up with the assault we can provide and the tools we have at our disposal. And he'd rally off a handful of spells that he uses in martial combat to better himself, along with positioning. He notices while the barbarians tend to just charge forward and want to just straight fight, there are tricks he can use to create distance and wear an opponent down using that distance.
Nice.
Yeah.
Grit does make a point to respect his defeated opponents. At the end of the day, he's happy. He congratulates them for taking his challenge.
I stand with one foot on them as they lay on the ground. I'm just kidding.
Tiny goblin looking up at elves. You did such a good job.
If everyone spends
Doing
time,
amazing, sweetie.
Grit's just really good at punching people in the kneecaps and then the groin when they fall after I punch them in the kneecap. This is my sneak attack in action.
Fair.
She just wants to put, some of the smug faces to shame a little bit, But yeah, not over the top. She's not one for like showboating, but just being like, okay.
So he would watch and he would applaud you and cheer you at your fight, pissing off obviously a couple of the guys that you kicked the shit out of. Taking a fight himself after someone makes a particularly nasty comment, his fighting style is very different. When the fight starts, he summons what is right like a obscuring mist spell around them that makes it hard for you guys even to see exactly what's happening. And from what you can see in it, while the barbarian charges forward, he balances a mixture of attacks with a spear and other minor spell casting. If he bounces between one spell he casts, which seems to magnify the storm that they're or the cloud they're already in, to cause a bunch of wind and lightning around the person he's fighting. That seems to throw them off balance and makes it hard for them to wield their weapon as he then lands blows with his one-handed spear. Barring that, you notice he's a big fan of the basic ignite spell.
It's a fucking great one.
Yeah, he
Does
wields
he use
that
like a lot
in
of smoke
conjunction.
clouds that he can easily see through?
He creates like a big like fog cloud that it doesn't seem like it bothers him at all. One of the people following, speaking to you guys, would comment that those who learn the art of the storm are not bothered by it itself, much like they assume that flame druids are to the flame, and they can fight in heinous storms, cloudy weather, and area without being obstructed. While those who rely purely on their axe struggle to fight the storm druids.
It processes this information nicely. That's kind of cool to know about them.
Yeah. You're trained primal. Norlai and Grit, you can both make nature checks.
Yay. And I will substitute that with an Arcana check.
Yeah.
As someone who likes to collect different orders, she is interested in the storm.
The main spell he's using when he's fighting is a save pace spell, so you guys know it doesn't fuck with your multiple attack penalty, and it causes a massive. You basically get hit with a massive bit of lightning, and a storm rallies around you. And beyond dealing D12 per cast spell level,
All
so
right.
a fuck ton of damage. If you fail to save, you're clumsy 2 for the round. So he's able to shock people, throw them off balance, and then stab them with a spear.
That will do it. That clumsy 2 is fucking awesome. Minus 2 decks.
Yeah. It is an iconic storm druid ability, focus spell.
Oh yeah.
So he clearly uses his focus spells on that, and then balances between using his the spear he has in one hand, and then chucking, hitting, literally punching people with ignite. Occasionally getting a lucky hit where they light on fire, and then he just focuses on stabbing. He is a lot to deal with. But yeah, it's 10:30. We will stop there. It's getting late. People are tired. People are stuff. Everyone will rally tomorrow. Next time we play, it'll kind of jump to like what people are doing day to day, and then just the key event. And there is one coming up in a few days.
Woo. Excited.
All right.
All right.
Good game,
Thank you all for
everybody.
coming. I hope you all had fun. Thank you for huming all my crazy druid stuff.
Yeah.
It should be all pretty unified party together stuff going forward from here on out.
Yeah. Excited. And it's been fun.
Yeah. I had 2 designs for that thing. If everyone went, I had like an encounter planned. But if only people went, I didn't want to like take a whole session with the people, half my players fighting. So I had to just be like dialogue.
Yeah, no worries. Well, it goes either way. I'm having fun. I'm happy to talk.
Yeah, of course. I'm just trying to make sure like I don't have like players who are literally spending all night like literally doing nothing. But I'm like, there's only so much I can do. We'll try and do everyone's everything.
I did. It's gonna happen, though. We appreciate the consideration.
No worries, no worries.
I feel guilty if like people come and they say like 5 words the whole night and they don't do anything, and I'm like, I'm trying to appease everybody.
I appreciate.
That's it.
Yeah,
All the
yeah.
NPCs die.
Oh no.
Oh no!
Everyone I'm teaching common. I just now I'm only teaching them rude words. So when the Dalmatians come by,
They all just speak in vulgarity.
But they speak it so well.
No, worse. He also taught them to do it with the Cockney accent. Oi, fuckwit.
Gosh.
You fucking what, mate?
Damn.
Nobody deserves that suffering. Oh, so I did because I got annoyed because I found another thing that was just does your weapon number of weapon dice and damage.
Oh?
Yeah, so I was like, this is just stupid. Why the fuck does any of this shit exist?
It's really common, and I don't understand it.
Yeah, the
Apparently
cleave property for axes.
Yeah, so apparently the main reason a lot of these exist aren't for the damage themselves, but proccing hit or miss effects. So they count towards your weapon missing or hitting on all the splash damage.
Okay.
So there's like certain things. Apparently, thaumaturge is like a requirement because you just put weaknesses on everything nearby the target.
And
Oh,
yeah,
you press
so
for the 1 point of damage, and then they take the weakness on top of that.
yes, that makes a lot of sense. Because
Okay.
yeah. Well, that does mean if you are able to proc it for that little bit of damage, and that little bit of damage has an elemental property attached to it, if the guy has a weakness, it does trigger that a full time.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, apparently, people have said with primarily thaumaturge has like a great benefit for it.
Yeah, they're actually like
for just
they hit,
thaumaturge.
thaumaturge has the theoretically like some of the highest like flat numbers to damage. Like they're somewhere they have parity to the barbarian despite being a charisma class. They're interesting. They're cool. I really like them. They're complicated.
Mm-hmm.
Their scroll feats are bullshit. Effectively, you get up to 8th level spells. Every day you can just prepare them from any spell school. You don't even need to know the spell or that. You just get to pick 8 spells from level 1 through 8, any tradition, and you get to cast them per day. Very dumb, very cool. Do you like magic? Because you happen to know all of it. Traumaturge.
Oh yeah, so like things like deadly procs off of the splash damage.
Oh, really?
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, so you crit with that, you deal 2 damage, and then you deal your deadly damage die on all the targets.
Oh, that's really cool. Because actually, there's a couple axes that so when axes crit, they do their number of damage die to adjacent targets as they do a cleave effect. There's 1 or 2 axes that I think also have the deadly property, so that works out really well.
Yeah, the chain.
Okay, yeah, so you just cleave and like fucking couple people up. It's actually on the axe that's thrown that has the deadly as well. The Hunga Munga, or I guess Mamemble. But yeah, that one it's a D6 deadly D8 thrown axe that absolutely fuck shit up with. It's pretty good.
Yeah. So yeah, people are saying that like right now I'm looking at the shockwave room is what got me annoyed.
Yeah.
And so yeah, people are like it's bad unless you build for it.
Makes sense.
Essentially is the name of the game.
But the shockwave rune, so on a crit, we'll put that splash out. So if you did put that on a deadly weapon, then the deadly would also proc to everything shocked.
That's what they're saying, yeah.
I mean, that's I'll double check that, but that actually sounds fucking
Yeah, no,
cool.
I definitely. I mean, this is all just hearsay from people in forums, but
That's
like,
fair. But that actually sounds super cool. So if that's the
Yeah.
case, I mean, that's the only thing that would make it useful.
Mhm. guess you could also make your melee character deal damage to swarms, but or good damage to swarms.
Hmm.
I guess it's another thing, but
It's such a niche case scenario.
yeah, such a niche one.
All right. Me closing stuff out. Um.
And how? Well, for real quickly, I calculated the value of Grit's spell book with all the spells he's inscribed in it, plus the 230 gold for the Endless Grimoire itself. His spell book is worth 1,108 gold.
Damn.
It is one of his most precious items.
Makes
And
sense.
it's
As a
all
wizard.
crayon drawings that no one else can interpret.
I do like to think it looks like a mad journal where something like, so it just has an endless number of pages. You open it up, so some pages it is just gibberish. They are just notes. This is a Grit spellbook / journal.
I mean, that's probably the best way to have a spell book.
Yeah. It's a research journal. But it also lets me prepare an extra first level spell per day.
Nice. Very cool.
Super worth that the 230 gold. An extra first level spell.
Heck yeah. All right. I napped a lunch, but I'm my energy's been shot just because I'm fucking still healing half my fucking head.
Dude,
Yeah.
get some rest.
I will.
Nope. Guess you have to play Winrose.
Oh,
I wish.
Oh damn!
with
All right, there, friends. And I
Johnny.
myself will also be heading on out. Again, great session, super fun, and I will catch up with y'all again soon.
Adios.
Rest well.
Good night.
Sleep well, people. Night, people.
Good night.
Good night. I should go handle my stream stuff too.
That's fair.
Yeah. And Duffin. Okay. Right. I need to move us over to this screen. Ah. But yeah, that is our Pathfinder shenanigans for the week. Hopefully y'all enjoyed it. Yeah. I'll be back tomorrow. Around 5 p.m. Eastern, as far as I know. I mean, things could come up. It happens. Life happened over the weekend. But yeah, we'll see. Plan is to be here at 5 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. But there is a link in chat for a community Discord. Absolutely zero pressure to join. That is the best way to know when I go live or to get updates about the stream. I also post a weekly schedule there, as well as over my Blue Sky, so feel free to check those out. Oh yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with let's see, our 2 days of catching up with Shenmue. And yeah, more Underworld Ascendant. Yeah. Yeah, I am going to send y'all over to Kiki. Kiki is currently doing some Windrose with her girlfriend, so go over there, vibe, chill, relax, have fun. Be sure to give them both both some love. Kiki and Lily are absolutely lovely beans. But yeah, over there, vibe, chill, relax, have fun, and please remember, that especially now, it's okay to not be okay. Do what you can to be there for your friends, family, loved ones. Love your pets as much as you can while you can. Take care of yourselves. Can't do the rest of that if you don't take care of yourselves. Yeah. Go hang out with Kiki and Lily. Give them some love. Have a great rest of your day, night, whatever it is in your time zone. And... oh yeah, I forgot that earlier. Thank you all so much for being here. It really means so much to me. Thank you all so much. But yeah. Take care of yourselves. I love you, dorks. Bye.